It's just really crazy. Like, don't the photons need a medium too?
Everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't. I take it a step further. Just
Everything,
is
yes.
sound, which is just then succeeded by light and color and everything else around it. But you have to have sound as a base. So
It's funny
why I
because they
think-
were like, the NASA posted like, oh, here's the sound, like the noise of a black hole. But I was like, I thought space didn't have any noise.
Yeah, they don't have. Everything's moving. Therefore, everything has to be emitting a sound because you can't move without emitting a sound. Just because there's something emitting a sound that you can't hear does not mean it's not emitting a sound. Even though you can't see the light being transmitted, what a photon is.
Wait, I got a question for Snowflake.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Snowflake, you believe mass attracts mass, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So, what is the heaviest naturally occurring element on Earth?
Naturally occurring? I don't know off the top of my head. Tell me.
Uranium. Uranium is the heaviest naturally occurring element on Earth. So,
Okay.
is it fair to say that everything we observe and everything that happens in life is a fundamental byproduct of the radioactive and the nuclear forces?
What? I'm not sure I understood that question.
Right.
Maybe someone else did.
Barbara, I don't
Well,
think
rephrase it for you.
The reason I asked it is because you admitted mass attracts mass, and the heaviest naturally occurring element is uranium. Uranium is a radioactive particle element. Sorry. So is it not fair to say that because you believe mass attracts mass and everything fundamentally stems from a radioactive element, everything is fundamentally radioactive and stems from radioactive decay? Why not?
Like you took a big jump there saying mass attracts mass. So because this thing is heavy, everything else is like it? No. It means that everything else would gravitate towards it.
Your whole paradigm is fundamentally encoded in mass attracts mass.
Dude, the only one with faith is you, man.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that, Brian. You cut out.
You cannot have the heliocentric model without having mass attracts mass. And the heaviest naturally occurring element is uranium.
Okay, and there's a giant jump in logic there. So
no,
it's
your giant jump in logic. What are you not understanding?
No,
You've just
Barbara,
agreed
it
that
kind of
mass
is,
attracts
Barbara.
mass.
I'm looking at it from his standpoint. It's like you're just sitting across from each other, and you just casually just open the top of his skull and just shoved your hand in his brain. That's kind of what you just did. Like, it's a big logical jump for him, bro. Like, he denies a medium, brother. We got to kind of start there, bro.
No, I know, but you have to understand the catch-22. The catch-22 is the knowledge.
Can you try explaining it one last time? Mass attracts mass, so everything's like uranium.
No, you agree that mass attracts mass, and the heaviest naturally occurring element on Earth is uranium. Uranium is a fundamental radioactive element. So your knowledge of gravity and my knowledge of the fundamental four forces that interact and cause the effect of gravity is fundamentally a radioactive system.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, it is.
The majority
you've just admitted that mass attracts mass.
The majority of mass is not radioactive like uranium.
No, it's not. But you've just admitted that mass attracts mass. Hold on. Let me finish. Right. Okay. I will agree with you that not every single element is radioactive. Right. But the heaviest naturally occurring element is, and the heaviest naturally occurring element attracts other mass elements.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, this uranium topic's not going to go any Barbara Dan, you know that. So let's not go that route down there. We do have quite a bit of requests coming in. I do want to kind of cycle some people. If anybody wants to say anything, if we got any globies down there requesting, raise your hand. And not you, Gary.
Yeah, like any globies, any real globies would be nice.
Yeah, any glober who's not intoxicated or like mentally inebriated in any way from substance abuse or anything like that, that'd be super dope.
That'd be preferable. Also, if you have any direct refutations to Battle of the Beams, direct wave propagation, motion of the Earth, or anything like that, would also be highly preferred.
You know, just
Shane.
any intelligent conversation, any decent conversation would be most welcome. If you understand what a medium is, that'd be super fantastic.
Dude,
you-
speaking of mediums, Bennett said something the other day that I thought was pretty awesome. They were talking about different experiments, and is this an ether experiment, et cetera, et cetera. And Bennett dropped in and dropped some gravy, came in and said, all electromagnetic experiments are ether experiments, since the E and B fields are derived from the ether vector potential, which is the A potential, they call it. they call it the A vector potential. They don't name it ether
Who would have thought?
that's the bad word. But he's like,
Who would have thought?
because that field is more fundamental and you can derive the other two from it, everything is an ether experiment regarding electromagnetic propagation. So GG, that's pretty cool.
Even if you mathematically like equivalent and then move it out and then use some algebra, it's still an ether. Like, oh, wow, that's crazy.
Wait. So when I tweeted that, like before he said all that, I was just crazy. But now I'm vindicated. Thank you so much. Even though I always
You can be
always
accidentally right. It's cool,
but
man.
but now that a guy with a PhD in front of his name said I was correct, now I'm correct.
That's not how being correct works.
You fucked up and
I have
got
a
it.
question to
I
Shane.
used the E instead of the AE.
Shane, do you know where I can buy a very powerful laser? Anybody? You mentioned Battle of the Beams. Does anybody know where I can buy a laser?
I was gonna.
Amazon.
I know, but none of them are powerful enough.
What did FE Core use for their super duper laser test? It was a giant shoulder strap and a kickstand. They had to wheel it out and stuff. When they took the measurement, they had to like set it out.
Gosh.
You know what?
On the document, they outlined the specifications for it in there. Hold on.
Talking about lasers brought me back over to the Death Star. You know what I always had a problem with, even as a kid? I was like, how did all those lasers just converge into one and not just like shoot right through each other? So I don't get that. There was no like device out there where they all converged and go into one, man. They all just, I don't see how that.
How dare you ruin Star Wars for me?
I noticed this as a kid.
He was just complaining about that, Alan. It's funny you say that.
No.
I think I can handle that one for you, Brian. Pretty simple. When you take a look at those guns, those big multi-laser guns, there's usually a dish situated right to their aft of where they're focused to fire in the direction of. So you can pretend that coming out of that dish is a focusing magnetic field. And they would all be vectored together along with this field. You can pretend that's going on.
Yeah,
Same,
I like what Stone said.
same when you look at all the nonsense to do with primer fields that guy did with a little plastic bowl with a bunch of neodymium cylindrical, situated in it. And then he just pushed one through the focal point and it fired a magnet at a bag of Cheetos across the table from him, that kind of thing. It's very similar to that as what you might think of when you're watching Star Wars. Okay, but I actually wanted to address some of the physics that's been going on for the past 20 minutes in this room, just so that we can apply the blade of truth, so to speak, to some of the shit that's been going down here, respect to medium, respect to vacuum, and respect to rocket transmission and all that. If anybody takes the time to go down to the YouTube channel Action Labs, dude's a bit of a dweeb, but he did do some excellent work with quote-unquote rockets in vacuum. And what you find out is that, true, there is no medium behind the rocket off of which to push with your propellant. But the idea is that with NASA and the gang, all they're really investing in is the mass of the propellant itself, not what it must necessarily push off behind the rocket in order to propel the rocket. It's all about the mass exchange. And this is actually something that seemingly on the surface gives validity to NASA and Snowflake here in their assertions about how rocket technology would work in a vacuum, and that's fine. Well, that is fine, but just how fine is it is the question. And you've got to start to quantify things in order to get a realistic answer. And all that really is at stake here is what is the mass of the propellant itself, and the physical moment, and that is the derivation word for words like momentum and inertia, the moment of something that's being pushed out the back, explosively in this case, that the only thing mathematically that you can count on in terms of FMA calculations to do with the rocket and what's going to produce the A is the mass being instantaneously accelerated out the back at whatever rate to produce whatever F, which frankly is proportional to the mass, which in this case, because it's a gas, is diddly squat. So you're going to have to blow a shit ton of gas out of the back of your rocket just to get around the block. And that is where we have them, my people, is that none of the craft that NASA purport to build and equip with rockets that are going to be used outside of our atmosphere have anywhere near enough, the orders of magnitude of propellant they would need, not just to get somewhere today, but for tens of years that they say the lifespan of these rockets have out in space. That somewhere, you know, the Voyager the Voyager probe that's now nearly completely out of the solar system somehow still has propellant within it to keep its orientation directly pointed at Earth so we can still get its transmissions 40 freaking years later. And they make up all these cool stories about the software that they're upgrading on that rocket so they can retransmit and fix it. Oh, the battery power this and the software updating that. It's all nonsense, people. Just take a look at the actual figures involved and you'll find that, sure, if you're in a vacuum and you're firing gas out the back, you will accelerate proportional to the mass of the gas you're firing out the back, but nothing else. And that gives you very little actual propulsion relative to how much gas you're blowing out the back. The second point I wanted to address was the medium question that Brian keeps referring to and light propagation. Don't forget, guys, light itself does not require a physical medium through which to propagate. It only requires physical space. In fact, when you look at the figures, they always talk about how speed of light through a vacuum is what they give the letter C to in terms of a value, in terms of a velocity value. That as you add density to the medium, light seems to travel a little more slowly. That there is some kind of drag there, whether it is because of the physical medium or because of some type of aether phenomenon, that's all moot. The point is that EM propagation does not require physical medium through which to propagate, only physical space. So I hope that clears up those 2 points for you guys.
Can I ask you about the first point? Like, do you think Voyager is a rocket?
No, I think it's a probe. And like I said, it's got station-keeping thrusters on it that are gas propulsion, ion gas propulsion ordinated devices. And you have to have fuel on board to expel whenever you fire that little teeny rocket to keep it oriented towards Earth so that its dish is pointed at us so that we get the signal. And that it is regularly spending that because of, hey, look at the Oort cloud, all the little teeny things hitting it, and supposedly there are other magnetic anomalies out there, black holes and all things affecting the orientation of everything that flies around in space. Right? So yes, they're constantly using them is the point. And then if you look at the verb, yes, over a 40-year period, you can view that as constantly. How often, how frequently, it's moot because you're talking about 40 years worth of constantly using it. The point is that it simply doesn't add up. This thing does not have an infinite amount of fuel.
Wait, hey,
do you mean like daily, weekly?
Hey Stone, before you get like too crazy like with this guy, your explanation, would it be correct of me to surmise that you're saying that light is just always present? That light would be the medium itself instead of having
No, I would not.
I'm talking about
the propagation of light and that in order for light to propagate, it does not require a medium through which to propagate. Quite the opposite. It does a better job through vacuum, where there is no physical medium, dragging it, slowing it down.
Which means that light itself is the medium.
No, it does not mean that light is the medium. It means light is the energy. Light is the perturbation of counter space.
Does energy not move?
No, energy propagates. You see,
That's moving.
there is a difference between energy and
That's
matter.
moving.
And you,
Propagation is moving.
Shing, if you want my answer, listen to my answer, okay?
Okay, but you
The point is, Shing, please, don't make me say it 8 times.
Just be honest with me, though.
Honest? You're telling me I'm being dishonest?
I'm just
take a step back, man.
Does light move? And you said no, it propagates. That means it moves. Propagation.
No. You see, you haven't heard the whole answer yet because you keep stepping on me. What you need to do in terms of the physics of the analysis of this situation is learn to see the difference between energy and matter. And they are entirely different. They have different characteristics. They behave differently. They use different calculation sets. All of it is different, and you must be able to see the difference between energy and matter. Light is propagation of energy, not matter. And this is the first mainstream caveat here, the first hole they dig for you right in the beginning of physics class, telling you with the slit experiment that light has to do with fucking photons, which never existed in the first place. It's paradoxical. They never measured the weight of a photon, if you ever look into the experiments themselves, and that is what you need to get a grip on.
Without light, you have no matter.
Okay, I don't know what you're saying. Again, you need to separate the difference between
Light
energy and matter. Light is not matter. Okay?
It's just bro. Everything is energy taken on a different form.
Oh my God.
Light is pure energy. If everything else is
okay, great. But now you have 2 different forms. You have energy and you have matter. Whether it is made of light and changed into something with some hocus pocus and a big hat and a white rabbit, I don't care. I'm talking about addressing propagation of light, and that is not how matter moves. That is how light propagates. It is an electromagnetic modality. It is an entirely different set of physics. Please separate the two, or you sound completely unintelligible and you're not helping us. Okay?
Everything is moving.
Oh my God.
Okay, anyway, you said it needs a physical space to travel through, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, ask your question, Taylor. Go ahead. I heard it.
I did. Let's see. Stone, you said it needs a physical space to travel through, right?
No, what I was trying to indicate is that light does not need any matter in that space in order to propagate through it. In fact, it does a better job in absence of physical matter in that space as it propagates.
Oh.
So do you think light can move in space and like radio waves and stuff?
Taylor, I said it 4 times. Energy and matter are different. Light does not move. It propagates. It is an entirely different set of physics.
Let me see if I can approach this from a steelman for you, Stone. So I know what you're saying. So like when you're making a long distance observation, the less air you have to look through, the further you would be able to see. The more air you look through, the more likely it'll be harder to see at a further distance. Would that be an example of what you're saying?
It is indeed because the air itself produces distortion in the motion of travel, or the line of travel, I should say. The modality of propagation itself is distorted by the matter through which it is propagating, which is why I said right at the beginning that it does a better job going straight through vacuum.
This is a more extreme example, but you can also look at how far does sunlight travel into the ocean. And I think it's like 1,000 meters or 1,000, I think it's 1,000 meters or 2,000 meters.
No, it's more like 20 feet before it's 200 feet. It's more like that before it's absolutely fucking black.
It's
you know,
something,
it absorbs
it's something
it all.
like that. But yeah,
exactly.
no, like that.
It's about the density of the medium.
Because of the density. Yeah, right.
Yes, the water absorbs it and warms up. Yes.
Anyway, I hope I was able to steelman your side. I get what Shinku was saying, but y'all were talking past each other.
But wait, you said light
It's fine,
cannot
bro.
travel in space, but then you said it travels better in a vacuum.
I think he means propagates.
It's the absence of gases.
Hey, Piso.
What's up, man?
I'm
If
just
you have
really
that,
trying to understand. Like,
right?
Let's
If you
Taylor
remove
Fisher
the
thing.
gases, if you remove the gases in a vacuum chamber, light would not have any impedance on its ability to. It wouldn't
On
slow
itself.
down. It wouldn't slow down. It
Well,
slows down as there's more gases and more matter.
well, sheepdog. To be fair, right? To be fair, there is a constant permittivity of empty space, quote unquote, of a vacuum. We know that vacuum's not a truly empty space. Like even mainstream physics acknowledges that now. They say that there are, quantum fluctuations, 0 point energy fields inside the vacuum. Like the energy levels in the vacuum are constantly fluctuating because they are now able to measure it on like super, super, super tiny scales with bunches of decimal points. They know it's not actually zero. It's just it's 0 point, a bunch of zeros and then some numbers, and those numbers move, right? Like they're taking real measurements. It's just what they're claiming it's caused by is a garbage.
what Stone was saying is that you need an ether, right?
You do
Well, he
need
didn't
some
say
space
that.
vacuum, yes, as a
He
method of
didn't say
propagation.
that, but it doesn't mean that he's not disacknowledging that. He's just saying that if you remove mass and then shine a light, light will travel quicker or propagate quicker. You could say it's traveling, whatever.
That would imply
It's
moving
creating a
itself.
wave. It's not a photon. It's creating a fucking wave from the moment it leaves the source to the moment it hits the fucking receiver. And if you put gas in front of it, when you turn them both on, if you turn one on that had no gases in it, and another one that had gases in it, the one with no gases would reach the receiver quicker than the one with the gases.
The word you're looking for is impedance, sheepdog. Matter creates impedance. To impede means to hinder. So you
impedance and causes dissipation.
Yeah. So anything that you add to a vacuum chamber is going to impede the flow of the electromagnetic energy, the wave that's propagating through it, right? Because now it has something else that it has to travel through or deal with in order to get from point A to point B. So it loses energy to it, right? But the point though that I was bringing up is that there is a very well-known, defined constant for the impedance of free space. It's roughly 377 ohms. And actually, when you talk about the epsilon value, there's epsilon naught, which is the impedance of free space, and then there's just regular epsilon, which is the impedance value of like another material. And all the effective impedance values of other materials are usually ratioed against the impedance of empty space when you're doing physics, right? That's how they do it in physics, is they ratio it against empty space, because empty space is considered to be like the floor, like the impedance floor, so to speak. However, it is known with novel effects such as one that I've been studying recently, the Biefeld-Brown effect. Honda R&D Labs actually published a paper in 2008. It's the most recent one that I've looked at so far, and they did some crazy stuff with it, more so than I'd seen in any other papers yet. They changed the experiment from DC to AC, which made it much more effective in terms of how much force they were able to generate. But in short, the Biefeld-Brown effect is when people take asymmetrically shaped capacitors, such as like one very large spherical diode and one really small like pointed diode, and they hit them with extremely high voltage, like hundreds of kilovolts, if in the kilovolt range, if not more. You can get up into the megavolts or higher even. It will create a net force on the capacitor in the direction of the positive side. And what happens is, in this effect, they did the math in the Honda R&D lab paper. They broke down the observed They broke down the observed forces, the observed motions of their capacitors in regards to the voltages applied and stuff, and mathed it all out. And they also in the math there you use a permittivity constant in the math, like the permittivity of the material. And they found that when they approach like high voltages, that permittivity actually goes down. It goes down like with the more energy you put in. Basically, the higher voltage you get, like the lower the permittivity constant goes. And they're actually able to even show permittivities lower than epsilon naught. They're actually able to get epsilons that are lower than epsilon naught, which means permittivities lower than that of free space, right? Lower than that of a vacuum.
Outer space.
And so if you are getting lower impedance, because impedance, right, or sorry, lower permittivity, the permittivity number, it's a very low number. It's a very low number, but it's basically just how much energy is lost due to the travel through a particular medium, right? And if you treat the vacuum as the medium, then it's how much energy you lose to the vacuum. They're actually able to get a lower number than that of a vacuum, which implies, that the vacuum has definite properties, and we can actually, impose properties on other stuff that's like lower than that. So I think it shows that there's, something in the vacuum.
I think you're muddying the waters a little bit, bringing electrostatics into the equation here, Piezo. It's good that you want to mention permittivity in context, but I don't think that's the proper context when we're talking about propagation of light only. It's not quite the same thing. You're kind of confusing the people here.
Well, either way,
I got what he was saying. There was just it was a mild link between the conversation that was being had and how you could actually lower the impedance in a vacuum, or get lower than the impedance in the vacuum. I got what you're saying, dude.
Cool, sweet. But yeah, you guys should check it out. It's a pretty cool effect. I think it's what they're using to propel satellites and stuff. They figured it out in the 1920s. The military researched it from the 30s through the 50s, and then they shot up satellites at the end of the 50s. So.
Yeah, but that's just a rapidly changing electrostatic gradient. That's got very little to do with the light propagation argument that they're talking about here.
Yeah, well, it's not electrostatics. I mean, it's electric, right? They have like moving current.
No, it's electrostatics. That's what the capacitor setup is all about, Piezo.
Well, once the object moves, it's no longer static, but
Semantic me away. Go ahead.
That's why they're not able to define it in the current framework of physics, because in a static situation, there should never be a net force in a closed system. Like they don't have any, even in the 08 paper, they're like, yeah, our current physical framework has no means by which to explain this effect.
Well, that part's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a net force. The net force should be zero because it's, in one side and out the other.
Well, they say it should be zero because they can't explain the mechanism. That's their problem, not mine.
They have to be pushing off something, though, right? To make it move? With electrostatics?
Something, yeah.
Yeah, there's something there. Hey, can I ask a quick question? Because I can't believe that y'all just let Stone gloss over and say that there was some electromagnetic. What'd you say it was, Stone? On the Death Star? An electromagnetic.
No, don't
force?
take the Death Star from me. Stop. What the hell? I was perfectly happy with his explanation. I wanted to look no further into it. Why are you taking me back?
I was like, he did that shit in a fucking vacuum. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, real quick, I actually wanted to. I'm glad Stone's here because I wanted to ask the room a question and then see if there's a non-Stone answer, and I want to get Stone's answer too. But so I am a recipient of both autodidactic and institutionalized secondary education. I'm still actually continuing the secondary education in the institutional side, but in universities, right, they teach you about current itself, especially when you do physics and circuits and classes like that. And I've recently been learning the whole like, current, the conventional way we define current, it always flows from positive to negative, right? Plus on the plus on the circuit to the negative, or or the ground or whatever. That's just because of convention, because of how they defined it back in Ben Franklin's day in the 1800s and the fathers of modern electromagnetism's day. But in reality, they say in reality, it's actually opposite that. It's the flow of electrons, that produces, they're the charge carriers. They carry charge. They produce little electric fields that move with them as they move through the wire, and the electric fields, produce power. But I have a problem with that, because that means that it moves from negative to positive. And anybody, just your redneck electrician, even knows this, that when you build a circuit, for a house, right? You got the power pole, you got the power coming through the wire, you put up a circuit breaker, and then you hook your wall outlets to it, right? You specifically put the circuit breaker or the fuses on the plus side, in between the appliances and the plus. You never put them between the appliances and the minus, because that's useless. Because everybody will tell you, if you put it,
no, that's not why.
If you put it between the appliances and the minus, and there's an overload on the circuit, you'll blow all your appliances out. It only protects it if you put the circuit breaker between the appliances and the plus, which shows that it flows in a sequential order from the plus side to the minus side. Okay, that's the direction that current flows. That does not match what they say with electrons, because electrons only flow from the minus to the plus. So if they did that, they would hit every appliance first before they ever reach the fuse, so there's no way the fuse would ever protect you. So I want to know if anybody in here has an answer, and I'll get your answer too, Stone. I just want to see if everybody else has one first.
Sure
I know
thing,
you got
man.
one. If anybody has an answer to repair this apparent contradiction, because they claim that it's only a matter of definition, it's only a matter of convention. That's just the way we define current, because back in the day they said it's from plus to minus. That's easy not to change things. But if the reality physically was that it was from minus to plus, we would have to change where we put the fuses in our houses, and nobody's doing that. So I don't think that it's electrons, but anybody, somebody's welcome to go ahead. I see the mic.
Free electron theory? More like, I couldn't think of anything, but, not a good theory.
Did you say someone would defend electrons? There's none of those people here, I don't think.
Well, if you take away the electron idea, then you have to redefine what is current, right? Because they didn't even have the concept of electrons in the 1800s. It was 1897 that J.J. Thomson, quote unquote, discovered electrons. But before that, they didn't even have a conception of electrons, right? They defined
had a
current
concept
without
of charge, and that's what they really dealt with.
They weren't trying to empiricize everything down to the tiniest little particle driven from a nasty need for empiricism put on by the state, right? That was different. So that was a different goal.
Yeah, they actually believed in something in Ben Franklin's day in the early 1800s. They actually believed in something called electrogen, which was electric fluid, and they analogized it just like you do, like water in a pipe. The voltage was like the pressure or whatever. It's how fast it moves, with how much force it moves. And then the current was like how much water you have in the pipe, how much electrogen you got. And then it's just like a momentum equation, mass times velocity, current times voltage equals power equals momentum. And that's how they thought of it.
Well, that makes way more sense than relying on the permittivity and permissibility of free space and then using that to make the speed of light and then simultaneously taking those two things away and saying that none of it was necessary, that it can actually perpetuate itself in perpetuity. That makes way more sense, right?
But I guess no one's got to. Does anybody have an answer before Stone gives maybe the mainstream steel man? Was there a mainstream steel man as other than it's just a convention? Is there an actual physical explanation? Because the convention doesn't answer the thing about the fuses.
I'll take that as a no. So then it's my turn, right, Pisa?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, because it's actually a safety issue. And you're backing up to your point about positive and negative. That's really simply a matter of arbitrary choice of nomenclature. You can call it positive, you can call it negative. I don't care. What I'm concerned about is charge. And let's just go with convention for a second in terms of nomenclature, in that the ground is the ground is the ground. And there is only positive charge. Okay? You can float a voltage and establish what is perceived as a negative voltage on the downside of it when it's floated, but that's a whole other different thing. Again, let's just deal with the 50 or 60 hertz AC that's coming, from your transformer at the street to you at 110 or 120 or 220 or whatever it is. The point is that you put the breakers on that side because that's where the charge exists. If you put the breaker on the ground side of all of your appliances, that means your appliances are just as charged as your transformer at all times if they're plugged in. And if there's any kind of what they call a ground fault, as in a shorting of distance between a charged object and a grounded object, then of course you get arcing, and sometimes the arcing goes through the human. And this is where the safety aspect comes into it. And that is why the breaker is the first thing between the transformer and you and the ground. It's strictly a safety issue, and that by default, all of your appliances, etc., are wired grounded until switched on. Even when they're switched on, the housing of the appliance is grounded physically with a screw terminal for your own safety, so that regardless of what happens to the charge that comes from the transformer through the breaker to the appliance on its way to ground out through the other conduit in the cord, you want that breaker there, because what it's really doing is current sensing and current rate change sensing, so that if it thinks something nasty is going on that shouldn't go on, that isn't typically characteristic of the appliance's method of consumption of that power, it trips and saves your ass from being fried for longer than a couple of nanoseconds, reasonably speaking. That's why they put them before.
Yeah. So, yeah, of course, they put it before, but it shows that the current's only flowing in one direction. It's coming from the higher to the lower every time. Ground is always the lowest, as you said. Ground is ground is ground, so it always moves from the higher charge to the lower charge state.
To no charge. That's what the ground is about. That there's no charge.
Right. And so what that shows, though, is it takes away from them the whole. It decouples charge from charge carriers, because the charge carrier model, the electron model, only allows electrons to go from negative to positive. That's the direction they flow, right? Like that's that.
Because again, you're arbitrarily assigning a polarity to this fictional thing called an electron.
Yeah, I know. It's right. We're agreeing, but I'm just talking about within their model, right? Within their model, it takes away their ability to use that, and what it does is it strips charge away from the quote unquote charge carriers, because now you can't use the charge carriers because it doesn't make sense, because it's opposite in the direction it's supposed to be. So now you have to say, okay, well, what's charge, right? Because they define charge. They don't have a good definition for it either. They just say charge is a scalar number. It is a fundamental property of a particle. It's not a substance. Like literally, like at the university level, they say charge is not a substance. It is a property of a particle. Energy is a substance.
Just like pressure is an aspect or a characteristic of gas, excepting you can think of voltage as a pressure, so to speak, electrical pressure. In fact, when you work into different languages, Spanish, French, Italian, whatever, you're going to find out that they don't use words like voltage after the man named Volt. They use words like pressure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I equals dq dt, right? So it's the change in, it's defined as the change in charge over the change in time. And so,
either the increase in voltage or the resolution of charge, thereby showing a decrease in voltage, or you're measuring at the potential. Yes.
Well, no, current's not defined in terms of voltage. Current and voltage are completely separate.
Like I just said, I agree. Voltage is the pressure stored up ready to flow in what you would measure as current as it resolves its charged ground. Yes.
Right, but I'm talking about like current, which is, your current times your voltage is what produces your power. So the voltage is the pressure. The current is the actual stuff that's moving with the pressure behind it. So the current is the actual stuff that's moving, okay? And the rate with which it moves, voltage, is what produces the power. But
also against the resistance of the conduit through which it travels.
Sure. Yeah, you multiply it with R. But just talking about voltage and current. Current itself, though, just the current part is dq over dt, change in charge over change in time. So current is related to charge over time. Okay, so what's the charge then?
The
A
charge is the
property
voltage
of
potential.
what?
That's, again, you're talking about the modality of dielectric force, and how do you create it, and where do you store it, and how do you measure it, and all those cool things. I'm sure you know about all that.
Well, yeah, but the voltage is strictly separate from the charge, because force equals charge times voltage, right? Or QE, charge times electric field, which is volts per meter. So
As soon as the point is you're taking one dimension and then you're applying it to 2 or 3. That voltage is, like you say, a scalar. But charge, again, that's going to be something you're measuring in terms of multi-dimensional analysis, more than one dimension. Charge is not a scalar, really, right?
Charge isn't a vector.
It's a potential.
A scalar is just a number without a direction. A vector is a number with a direction.
Right.
Both of them are scalars. But
right. But okay. But again, when you look at charge, you're looking at a field potential, and you're measuring in terms of its radiative quality, or it's, again, you address things like permittivity, and you know what I mean. That's a dimensional analysis beyond
a field,
strictly voltage. Yes, charge.
Well, yeah, that's because electric field E is your voltage over your distance, right? And the voltage is just a scalar number, but the distance is measured with respect to a direction away from a point, right, or whatever. So the electric field
in that E, you're measuring it by checking a force, a measurement of force potential, right? Again, that's through space. That's more than one dimension. It's not a scalar anymore. That's the difference between voltage and charge.
Yeah, but you can measure voltage at a point, right? Voltage it's not a vector quantity. The field is, not the voltage. Once again,
like I told you, yes, vector, like the voltage rather, is a scalar value.
Okay, so
yes.
The charge is not the voltage, though. That's the point I'm trying to say. The charge isn't the voltage. It's separate from the voltage. They're two different, distinct things. What is the charge?
It is the manifestation of the voltage.
But you can have one's constant voltage and all kinds of different charge numbers.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
I can hook up a constant 12-volt source to a circuit, and I can put any amount of charge through it I want at that same voltage.
Still don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm saying that charge is distinct from voltage. I'm just trying to get, I don't think that there's an answer in the mainstream paradigm at all for what charge is, because they say it's a property of a particle, but that's a charge carrier, and I don't believe in the charge carrier model because of the thing I said about fusing a circuit, because it couldn't be electrons in that case. So if I take away the charge carrier, what is charge now?
Succinctly put, they are part and parcel.
Can I ask a question from somebody who's not well versed in electricity but kind of understands the conversation that y'all two are having? I need a clarifying question. You said that you could put any charge and maintain the same voltage. Could you elaborate on that? Because that might help you define what your charge is.
Well, if I have a regulated voltage source where I know it's putting out 12 volts is 12 volts is 12 volts no matter what, and let's say that I have a bunch of light bulbs in parallel, identical light bulbs. Each of them draws like a tenth of an amp, or 100th. Let's just say a tenth of an amp.
You mean resistive wire light bulbs?
Okay, yeah, ohmic. Let's say ohmic resistors, whatever. Anyways.
All right.
I can add as many of those resistors in that parallel branch as I want. The voltage will remain the same. It will just increase the current draw, and the current is just charge over time. So if it's within the same time, that the only thing that's changing is the charge.
So all you're addressing there is capacity.
Well, yeah, it just sounds like it's gap.
It's a change.
Basically, it's once the gap is filled back in, you got full charge.
No, I'm referring to the capacity, the capability of those lights to assist the 12 volts want to resolve itself to ground. That you are supplying it many different conduits through which to resolve to ground. Each of them resistive, but of course you use the fractional ohmic computation about 1 over this one plus 1 over that plus 1 over the next one in a parallel computation about total resistance. But all of that is moot if you're assuming regulated 12-volt pressure on the back side. All you're doing is controlling the amount of current in the resolution of charge itself. That's about capacity. That doesn't change the definition of anything.
You know what it sounds like to me though? Like just for me, from a layman, like doesn't have any like experience with electricity and everything. It sounds like charge is just the completion of the circuit with the voltage running through it.
Charge is something that is pulled from one side to the other. Charge is what's powering the devices. The devices
I'd
get
be
powered
happier with the
charge.
verb pushed. That's what pressure is all about, right?
Sure,
Let's go with pushed, guy. You know, let's not fuck up this analysis that far, okay?
Either way, the charge is what is powering the appliance, okay? When the charge is pushed through it with respect to time, the appliance turns on, okay?
So is it the direction vector then?
Different appliances.
Why are they multiplying?
Different appliances have different charge requirements, or current draws, rather. But either way, they all require a certain amount of charge to pass through them to turn on. What I'm asking is, what is that charge? Because we know what the voltage is. The voltage is the pressure pushing the charge. What's the charge itself?
Again, you're pushing the idea about capacity, the ability for the voltage to remain constant because it is regulated, right? And you're just allowing charge to continuously resolve. And you keep feeding it additional charge at that voltage, at that rate of replenishment of charge through the resistive elements in the appliance itself.
What is the charge?
Why is there air?
Let me ask you this. Can you remove charge from the equation and still get the same answer?
No.
No, it is the mechanism.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's the completion of the current and allowing the physical voltage or the physical pressure to occur. Like once that's occurring, that's the charge.
To head towards ground. Yes.
You know, I just want to say this all started because he said radio waves were light.
They are.
I don't know how that is.
I wanted to clarify something that Sheepdog said about that subject. Actually, he said there's a wave when you look at light going from here to there. And that's not actually true. What you're actually looking at is an oscillation to the perturbation in propagation of that EM energy. Entirely different.
So how are radio waves light?
They are simply a different oscillation frequency of the same kind of energy you perceive as light when it's at a nanometer wavelength as opposed to something longer.
Isn't that what Shinku was saying with the matter? All matter.
No, bro, I don't. I need to take a physics class. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. I'm gonna just be quiet and listen.
I guess not.
Obviously, when I say shit, it just sounds stupid as fuck. But then when it's confirmed months later that what I said was correct, I'm not a dumb fuck no more. So I'm gonna just be quiet and listen.
Shinku, let me talk to you for
Buy
a
a
second,
lottery
bro.
ticket.
No, Shinku. Let me talk to you because you were talking before I got up here. So just real quick, just because I haven't really talked to you, but I see you follow me. I just followed you back. What is your conception of what electromagnetic waves are and medium or non-medium, like what the world's made of? Like, what do you have an idea of that?
I say sound because everything is moving, and just because you can't hear something emitting a sound does not mean there's not a sound being emitted.
You mean a wave, basically?
But sound is sound is compression and rarefaction of a physical medium. That's a whole different thing than EM.
Pressure is an implosion.
Like so, just to steelman. Can I steelman you real quick, Shinku? Can I steelman you in a simple way, real
Bro,
quick?
he's still
Shinku?
talking. Hold up.
Oh, no,
I can't even hear him.
No, it's fine.
Shinku knows I know what he's talking about. Sound and light are interchangeable. They're just a vibration of energy.
They are certainly not interchangeable.
There are different types of waves. Sound is a longitudinal wave, and light is a transverse wave. Other than
But
that, there's not.
they vibrate a receptor. Something has to receive it in order for it to be acknowledged, and that's
There,
what he's trying to explain.
there,
No,
there are
that's not
different
true
types
either.
of there are different types of vibrations. So light is like think of like a sine wave, right? Like the up and down sine wave. Sound is, like he said, like a rarefaction. It's like a slinky. You know how like a slinky goes out? Like that's how sound works.
That's based on
So
speed.
yeah, well, the speed of any wave is based on the medium, right, that it travels through.
He's
C.
referring to the difference between longitudinal and transverse propagation.
Because everything is energy, just taking on a different form. So if you just speed up something, it can change its form. Everything around us is just something vibrating at a different speed.
I really wish you could hear me, Shing.
The C equals lambda f, right, which is wavelength times frequency. It always comes out to the same number, right, for light. But you can replace that letter C with any other. Every medium has a constant for it, right? Like water, it's the speed of water equals lambda f. The speed of air equals lambda f. The ratio between lambda and f is different for every medium, but it's all part of wave energy theory. You can use the same equations for all of them. They're all equally valid in all the situations because they follow the same physics.
Hold on a sec. Water can be water without any movement or propagation. I don't know why you included that.
I'm talking about the propagation of like a wave through it.
What I'm saying is they've already given us the clue, and we already understand that the whole thing about atoms and photons, like we can just disregard all that shit. We don't have to go down that whole little argument. But they tell us that everything is moving when they say that everything is made up of atoms and molecules, and they say those things are constantly in flux and or moving. That would imply that matter is always moving.
Shing, that's just another set of mainstream textbook lies about matter and the Rutherford Bohr model and the rest of the garbage they feed you. This is the mental trap that you are in.
Well, we do know.
We have an ether. We have to be moving through the ether in order for anything to be. You can't. Energy is always in motion. It's literally the first law.
So you're jumping to some pretty large conclusions there without a lot of premise to back it up.
The reason I believe the two main, I'll put it like this, Shinku. The two of the main experiments that make me believe in a medium like ether are Fresnel drag and the Sagnac effect. Because the Fresnel drag and the Sagnac effect.
Have you looked at the Casimir?
Yeah, I know that one too. Yeah. I mean, I believe that one.
That's ZPE all over it, man.
Sure. ZPF field. Yeah, I believe that too. I was just giving the two. These are old school, right? And they're very easy to explain, because they just use classic math, and but the explanation for both of them is with a physical ether, and then they match the predictions for it.
Everything in their thing is the ether. Literally everything. It's just a synonym, another made up word for it.
Right. If you read Maxwell's papers, he literally talks. Everything is in relation to an ether, and he talks about how energy itself, all energy exists in only two forms: potential energy and kinetic energy. Every form of energy, when expressed and used, is kinetic energy. Electrical energy is actually kinetic. Thermal energy is kinetic. Regular mechanical energy is kinetic. All those forms of energy are actually mechanical energy. And then potential energy, of course, being the other half, that's like the energy that's stored in like the lattice structure of a material, like a rubber band.
And what is a lattice? It's supposed to be the fundamental base structure of all matter. And if you have, they're invoking phonons now, which is a sound being emitted that you can't hear, but yet it moves all matter around you.
Yeah, so well, it's funny that you bring that up, Shinku, because when you hear the word lattice structure, the term lattice structure, right? Like that's a little honeycomb grid network, like the chain link fence pattern that makes up matter. But what does it mean? Well, they call it a lattice because it's like panes on a window, but the word lattice itself means like a sluice gate or a path through which water flows. It literally, the word lattice is tied to the idea of like a dam or a channel or a sluice, like a path through water. So they actually use terminology that implies fluid dynamics in the very definition of matter itself.
Exactly.
So I'm going to ask a question now, but this got greedy down there. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just had a question for Stone about the rockets and the expulsion of the gas. How you were saying that they essentially carry up enough gas to where, as it's being expelled from the nozzle, it's basically just pushing against its own gas. Wouldn't something like the Voyager that's already moving however many thousand miles an hour, or the something in space, wouldn't the speed at which the object's already moving cause it to where when the gas is expelled, it would be dispersed over a very long space very quickly, to where essentially it would negate the effect of pushing against its own gas?
That's the point I've been trying to say, Greedy, is that in space, we're not talking about pushing against something. We're merely talking about the mass of the propellant itself leaving the back of a rocket. That there's a mass exchange there. That's why they refer to the moment of inertia when the gas is propelled out the back explosively in most cases. That it's, in fact, if you go to the YouTube channel, check out Action Labs. He did some really interesting work, even with like a can of Sprite pressurized in a vacuum and watching it blow, and the movement dynamics there within that reaction. You'll find out exactly what I'm saying is true. And actually, Action Labs is also one who has asserted and proven physically through experimentation that this mechanism that they're relying on here actually works a little better in a vacuum. Not that it works very good at all, but a little better than completely nothing, because it's in a vacuum and there's no resistance to the acceleration of the mass being sent out the back.
Bro, weren't you arguing the same argument that Brian was arguing, where the gas comes out, it hits the back of the container, and then it moves the rocket or the needle forward?
You're not making a lot of sense there. Okay, you just said when it comes out and hits the back of the container. Okay, dude, you're asking a question and you're not listening to the answer.
I'm asking if you were arguing that a few months ago, and then you switched to this upon further research.
I have always maintained the same thing. I keep a channel on Telegram called the Stone Cold Truth Channel, where I have actually had these videos by Action Lab posted for a year, 2 years. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm changing my story tonight, bro. Like, not in the least.
I'm just asking because you were arguing against P-dubs like a few months ago about this.
Do you remember even half of what was said?
I remember you were arguing against him.
I was arguing what?
You were arguing against this argument you're making right now.
You're going to have to be a little more articulate than that. And when you do, stop hugging your mic. Just keep it out where you're speaking to it so we can hear what you're saying.
Yeah. If you can elaborate on that, you're kind of a little in the weeds there.
I was saying, so you were saying that, you know, it moves forward because of the change, or like the release in force. Brian was saying the rocket moves because it pushes off the container, right?
I didn't say
Those are the
anything
two
about the
different
release of
arguments.
force of anything. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Your nomenclature is all over the place. I can't begin to answer your question.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Yeah. I just don't think that the question is very clarified. I don't know what you're really asking either.
I'm trying to ask. Well, I mean, he kind of answered it. He said he never changes the position, because I remember a few months ago you were arguing with P-dubs, and you were saying the rocket moved. It's like the same example we're looking at right now. You were saying the rocket moved because it pushed off the container.
It did.
Right. I know that's what you said. I agree with you. I'm saying Stone was making the same argument.
I think I've been very clear.
Right. That's what you said. So, straight.
I'm not sure
And
what
what
happened.
you just said, that's not what I said.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm trying to get clarification. So,
Okay, I'll say it again then, if you like, that this is not a matter of the gas coming out of the back and pushing on anything else that exists behind the rocket outside of the rocket. This is about the mass of the propellant itself. And the exchange, explosively in most cases, when the propellant is fired out the back of the rocket, there is an inertial moment exchanged, which produces momentum. That it is about the mass of the gas itself and the force created in its acceleration by the rocket, accelerating the gas aftward, which makes the rocket go forward. Does that make sense?
yeah, right. So what's the difference between that position and then like P-Dub's position or the Glober's position that come in here and say the same thing?
I don't know what they're saying, but what I'm saying is that that is actually a very small force and only proportional to the mass of the gas itself, which amounts to diddly squat, to use an equally technical term in quantifying it, which is why I don't believe anything that NASA says about things when they're using rocketry out in a vacuum for years at a time with nobody filling up the tank. Okay, achieving Lagrangian point status and maintaining it over time and all this other bullshit that they talk about.
Right.
This is why. This is why. Okay.
That's what it was about. It was about slowing down to hit that Lagrangian, I think. So I vaguely remember the convo. It wasn't about the because Stone's position about the rocket fuel pressing off of the rocket itself or whatever, the container itself is consistent. But I think what they were talking about was the deceleration aspect of it. I can't remember fully, but it wasn't.
No, you're right there, Alan. You're right.
Yeah, Stone's position's been consistent the whole time.
Okay, awesome. So, all right. So why can't it work in the vacuum?
Okay, I'm not telling you it doesn't work at all.
Mm-hmm.
Keep up with me here. I'm telling you it amounts to diddly squat, considering the ratio, and I'm sure that word is also coming up as something I spoke about back then, the ratio of the mass of the propellant going out the back and the mass of the entire rocket and its remaining propellant. Okay, that amounts to diddly squat in terms of physical forward acceleration of the rocket when all the rocket is doing is essentially farting a little. How forward do you feel yourself propelled, even in an atmosphere, when you fart? You know why it's next to nothing? Because you're huge and the amount of gas that came out of your butt amounts to diddly squat. Are you seeing that now?
Yeah, I'm following you.
I don't know, dude. You haven't seen me fart.
Well, give it a shot. We'll put it on Guinness Book. If you achieve anything more than a 15 millionth of an inch, go for it.
Man, I tell you what, though, if you ever watched the interviews at Rob Schneider about Andre the Giant, he had like a 7-minute fart or something like that.
Yeah, but I bet after that he's all out of fuel. You know what I'm saying, bro?
He had to drink more beer. That's what I'm saying, too.
And there's no more beer in space, right?
None. Maybe they got that extra jet out there that they can.
I mean, you want to use a metaphor with me? I'll take you on. You can see that, right? I got no problem with that.
I love metaphors, man. It makes people learn better, actually. There's no beer in space.
There's no beer in space? Is that what you said?
There's no more beer in space.
No more beer in space. Death Stars.
It's just what you bring with you. So yeah, space is BYOB.
And then you got to stop, too, in that Lagrange point, in between two gravities.
Well, I'm glad I could put the end to this ceaseless argument. You know what I mean?
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I really enjoy Stone's explanation. I think a good way to imagine the thrusters is, of course, you have with every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. It's almost like when you throw a ball, though we're large. You know, if you throw a ball or whatever, you're gonna have a force in the opposite direction. We're large. We have a large mass, so we're not gonna feel it. But if you're in a vacuum, that same mass is going to push you as fast as you're going to be pushing it, or as with the same force that you're pushing
That's FMA. You got it.
right. And so the only other thing that I disagree with is with Stone is that it's not just the mass, but it's also the you said also you did mention it, it's the velocity that which you or the velocity at which you push it out.
The moment of acceleration.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. So in essence, is with in a vacuum, you could say, because there is no resistance, you could potentially use a thruster for a moment and not have to use it for for a good amount of time afterwards, and still be able to sustain them. I guess you could say the fuel. You can have fuel on reserve because you're going to continuously go in that direction until you, of course, hit another object or
something else hits you.
Exactly, right. So I just I'm curious to how you would address that I guess problem there.
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear it. What was your
I used the word ratio. Do you remember that part?
What about it?
That it amounts to diddly squat.
Well, that's the problem though. Is that you're saying that because it's a small amount of the mass of the I guess the gas is so small that it amounts to nothing.
That you would have to use a lot of gas to move a big mass, even a little bit. Yes, and once you're done spending it, once you're done spending that gas, there ain't no more.
Right.
It'd be like trying to use like a little trolling motor to move a ship.
Yeah, but then you also have the factor in as well that you're using the Earth's propellant as well, because you're also if you're propelling off of at a certain speed when you leave the atmosphere, you're still gonna go in a certain direction at a pretty high velocity, which gets your momentum and your but then you
that's
do
my point, Rally.
Then you do
micro. Think it through, Rally. Look, in all of these NASA cases, we're talking about a rocket that came from atmosphere, okay? So they spent a lot of rocket fuel getting out of the atmosphere.
Right.
And when they did, Rally, follow me here. Follow me for a second, okay? Stop trying to think up something new to say and try to take in what I'm saying first. Weigh it and then think of something else to say.
Will do.
Okay? Thanks, man. So we used a bunch of fuel to get it out of the atmosphere. We achieved what they call escape velocity. That puts you on a vector away from the Earth at a given velocity, assumedly a pretty fast one. You want to go fast because you want to get there today to the Lagrangian point or to wherever you think you want to go with this rocket, okay? Out of the solar system, wherever you want to go with this rocket. The point is that if we're talking about a Lagrangian point, for example, you've also got to have on board the amount of fuel it takes to decelerate that craft to the proper velocity of where you are at the Lagrangian point and establish a new vector at that point. Now, as well, what we have to keep in mind here is that there is also a centripetal component to orbital velocity around the sun, that it is not a straight line. Screw Einstein and the rest of them, it's not fucking straight. In the Newtonian sense, that craft must constantly expel more fuel in station keeping over time. And it just doesn't add up. It amounts to diddly squat. It would be expended before you know it, and then you'd be dead in the air, so to speak. None of this actually adds up in terms of real figure.
Yeah, can someone define a local geodesic for me, please? Because saying curvilinear motion is like what? Like did y'all just,
Oxymoron.
yeah did y'all just incorporate a logical contradiction into a word and make it your paradigm?
JOTB in physics class, man.
Curvilinear and relative simultaneity are like the
Oh my
worst
gosh.
things ever said.
Yummy.
Oh man, please break that one down, Alan. Gosh, that's such a joke.
All right, suppose you have two cyborgs on rollerblades.
Oh my gosh, stop.
They're engaged in an epic ping pong battle where the ping pong is moving at the speed of light. Does Proud win the match, or does Sacred?
I couldn't hear you. What?
I said, does Proud win, or does Sacred win? Is the real question.
And you know I'm taking Sacred.
No, man, Proud's been practicing. She has an air hockey.
Sacred's got the mass. Sacred's got the mass.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna give an analogy with like balance beam or something.
Or something.
Yeah. Okay. So the old balance beam analogy, right? So the way Einstein defines time is a function of velocity, which he's gonna later assert leads to physically divergent results when simultaneous events occur, is what he's arguing. But no one's ever seen that before or whatever, right? But so a good example of this would be, suppose you have two balls, A and B, that are up on a shelf, and this shelf can be retracted instantly or whatever, at a certain time. So both of the balls will fall at the same time. So if you have an observer at the intersection point between A and B, and then you have a moving observer, going through, and the balls are dropped simultaneously when the stationary and moving observer are at the same intersection point. As the observer that's moving closer to the balls or whatever, right, he's going to perceive the events of the ball B falling faster than ball A, and because he's going to see it, happening first, and ball A is going to be going slower. So in his mind, he's going to be like, oh, I predict that, ball B is going to hit this balance beam first, and when it hits the balance beam, it's going to tilt it, and then when A hits, it's going to tilt the balance beam back, and it's going to make the balls fly in different directions, right? But what happens is the balls fall at the same time, and then they hit the balance beam at the same time, and they just bounce up normally, and they don't deviate, or there's no deviation in the balance beam itself. And there's no way to rectify that in relativity of simultaneity. No one has ever experienced a physical outcome that's different due to their velocity. It's not even a real proposition. And even Lorentz, in I think it was like 1920, he wrote to Einstein, and he was like, hey, Brody, good quick question for you. And keep in mind, this was back in the day when you had to write on parchment paper and send it by Raven or whatever, right? So, he was like, he hits him up and he's like, yo, quick question for you. You know that example you gave about moving clocks and how they're desynchronized, but don't they still agree on the physical outcome of simultaneous events though? Now, doesn't that imply, and I'm going to use brackets here because I'm no longer talking physics, I'm in the metaphysical. Doesn't that imply that there's some underlying world consciousness that perceives all events simultaneously and preserves the order for all observers? He's like, let me know what you think. Hit me back just to chat. Truly yours. This is Lorentz and or whatever, right? And Einstein, you guys know what he said? You know what he sent back? Nothing. Never tried to answer.
Yeah, you're not answering that, bro.
He never answered it. He never said, oh, you know what? Actually, blah, 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 blah. No. Never tried to correct Lorentz on that because he knew if he stepped to Lorentz, he would get crushed. But because he would come at other people like Paul Gerber and anyone that wasn't defended by the mainstream, he could just attack like that. But yeah, he never answered it, and there's no physical consequence of relativity of simultaneity. Which means it's not real, which means there's an absolute time in absolute space.
Wouldn't the steel man for their position to try and save it, Alan, be that, well, actually what would happen is the moving observer would perceive a different set of events. Like he would perceive one ball falling faster than the other. So then, because the laws of physics have to be equally valid for everybody, he would then also see them bounce away at different angles and see, all the things that come from stem from that. But all he would have to do to know what was really happening in reality would be to, Lorentz transform it all back to its rest frame to know what actually happened. So he would just see an illusion that wasn't real.
Actually, all he needs is a speedometer.
Yeah, so it would lead to a physically different outcome, and that's what Einstein argues, because if the time in the moving frame defined as proper time is the same time as the coordinate time, which is defined by the rest frame, then he's conceding that that there's an absolute time. So they have to lead to physically different outcomes, which is like the whole philosophical debacle that Lorentz was having, because he was like, bro, no, how come there's no physically different outcome in any scenario?
Like, how come every time something moves, it doesn't split into a different universe?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I think that they try to, turn it into just a viewer effect or whatever. But then you have someone, literally, if you're moving, you're going to see an illusion, and the faster you move, the spookier that illusion gets. If you move really, really close to the speed of light to where the time difference between those two balls falling becomes substantial, like a whole second, right? Or 2 seconds or whatever, just enough to make them fly off at different angles, then the ball's going to hit the ground. It might hit the stationary observer in the head. It might knock him over and break his neck. Some ambulances come and pick him up and take him to the hospital. Like, this traveling observer is seeing all this happen, but none of it's actually real, because in reality, he's just standing there on the ground just watching the balls bounce straight up and down. That's what would have to happen in Einstein's paradigm.
And what's really interesting? There was that paper about students and relativity of simultaneity, where they did some tests on how the students at different levels understand relativity of simultaneity, because it's like, basically, they'll go through the math and crush it because it's the math, but then they'll hold on to the concept of absolute simultaneity, where all the observers actually agree on the outcome, and they have trouble rectifying that, and how it leads to other paradoxes that can't be resolved, like the twin paradox, etc. And it's the reason that the students are holding on to both observers agreeing to the same physical outcome is because that logically makes sense. You have, they're trying to beat out the logic of the student to accept relativity of simultaneity, even though no one's ever experienced a physically different outcome, and all observers do agree on that it was a simultaneous event, and the corresponding physical outcome is associated with what actually happened versus an apparent effect while you're moving. Did I disconnect or?
No, you're here. It's just crickets,
Okay.
man.
Cool.
No, you're good. You're good.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I was trying to talk to you with the. Yeah, bro. It's that's man, that one is relativity of simultaneity. Like you said, they can do the math because it's just the math. But the reason that they have that trouble trying to understand it the way Einstein tried to define it is because everybody knows that only one thing physically happens in reality. So the only way that they could even hope to save that is to just make the moving frame an apparent effect. But you can't prove any of that, because, who's going to actually believe that, the dude that's flying by sees the ball fall on the stationary guy's head and break his neck, and an ambulance comes and picks him up, even though that's not actually happening. He would have to see that for the laws of physics to be valid. Like, no one in their right mind is going to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Lorentz was hit up Einstein over it, and Einstein was just straight crickets, because it's ridiculous. And it's like, he was pointing out the glaring contradiction, and it's like, if there's no physical outcome due to that, then the whole notion that everything is relative and there's no absolute time and space, and that the speed of light is based on the speed of light being constant, then the whole thing falls apart, because that's like a core consequence of the constancy of C. This is what allows for them to say that, distance and time in a moving frame is physically different from another observer, like not just an apparent effect, but actually physically different. So it all hinges on that. So like it's just it's a really easy way to show that relativity theory is false.
Right, because you couldn't maintain the constancy of C if the distance between 2 points apparently shrunk. It would have to actually shrink in order for C to, be C. And yeah, so can you remind us, bro, then what are the implications? What are the consequences of there being an absolute space and absolute time? Like, what does that mean for us all? For those who don't know why that's relevant.
Well, it's a good question. I would say that a lot of it has to do with motion of the Earth, and it implies that we're stationary because all interferometry measurements then become, relative to this absolute framework, and you can know your absolute velocity. So when they do large interferometer experiments on Earth to try and get the velocity of Earth, there's no measurement to show that. And as Lorentz was saying, is there some underlying world consciousness that interprets everything? And it's like, it just there's a lot of implications there, because it's like, what is a world consciousness, dude? Like, it just implies he's just he's talking about God, boys. He's like, is God real? He's like, I know
A
your
universal
math
spirit.
He's like, I know your math equation is saying that there's nothing, but doesn't this imply, like, have deeper implications?
Is God the omnipresent observer establishing some kind of absolute space to preserve the order of events?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I mean,
essentially what he was getting at.
so you're saying then, are you saying, Alan, that if there's an absolute space, it means that Michelson-Morley actually measured the velocity of Earth, like that there wasn't one? Or it measured the velocity of the sky that was much less than what Earth's velocity has to be in their model?
Ooh, that experiment denied the existence of the ether. Ooh.
Yeah. So it would either imply that the Earth is moving much, much slower than what was predicted, or that the Earth is stationary with respect to a dynamic ether. That's translating motion from the sky.
Yeah, so that's the reason that they can't concede an absolute space. There can't be an absolute space, because if there is, then they have to interpret all the interferometry measurements as equally valid.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Okay. And so if they interpret all the interferometry measurements as equally valid, then that means that Earth's not moving.
Yeah, it immediately falsifies Newtonian dynamics applied to the sky. Like the whole notion of, we know this planet's moving because of this story, mass attracting mass, which was later replaced by geodesics caused by curvature in space and time itself due to the conservation of mass into a gravitational field. And that's, all falsified immediately, because in their paradigm, right, the reason that there's a constancy of C is because it can't be measured, or you can't use it to measure relative velocity due to these effects. And then those effects would cease in their explanatory power once you have to address the measurements in the first order, because link contraction and time dilation are second order effects, right? They're much smaller, and they're not they wouldn't be perceptible to you in your frame. So if they were to address these measurements in the first order, they're conceding that link contraction and time dilation aren't real, and the velocity is as is.
So what you're saying is they invented this physics framework that Einstein, came up with. You're saying that it's not valid because it's self-contradictory based on what you just talked about. So therefore, what are you saying? Are you saying the whole reason that they made this framework is to try to get away from the fact that there's no motion of the Earth?
Yep. It certainly helped them rectify the measurements, right? Because they were small measurements, but they were outside of instrumental air. But they were too large to incorporate into the current theories, which were link contraction and time dilation, if you were to take them at the first order, because link contraction and time dilation predicts that you don't measure a fringe. So that's why they had to round everything down to 0 and say, oh, you know what was measured was actually instrumental air, and it was a 0, even though there was a fringe. Like, we'll just go ahead and say that it was a null.
So basically, you're saying that they lied about what they measured?
Yeah, and I heard they even gave Michelson a Nobel Prize for it.
And I quote Dan Aykroyd: "No, I wasn't lying. I was just bullshitting."
So the error, like the error on this machine, like it was supposed to be accurate within about 1 kilometer per second?
2 kilometers a second.
Oh, at most 2 kilometers a second?
Yeah, and they measured
at worst.
Yeah, they measured 4 to 6.
So they measured 6 kilometers per second, and the worst possible error would have been 2.
Yep.
Okay. So that means that there was definitely a measurement that was not random,
A non-zero
not error.
measurement? Yes.
And then they just told the world that it was actually just a big fat 0. They measured nothing.
It's not the number we want to see, so it's 0.
Yep.
So you're saying that all of us could right now go to the original paper from Michelson-Morley and look at these numbers ourselves and see that they're not zeros?
Yep, I actually went through this with someone this morning who said that they were building their own ether theory, and they were talking about Michelson-Morley and stuff, and they had no idea that the velocity measured was 6 kilometers a second. They thought it was a null, and he was basing his whole ether theory on a constancy of c. And I was like, oh, well, you know that it wasn't like a null though, right? And he was like, what? So we pulled it. Yeah, you could pull up the paper. It has their measurements and a nice little graph for the min-max peaks for everything, for what they measured. And when you plot that out, it's not 30 kilometers a second, and it's over their air margin.
So we're looking at like 6 to 8 kilometers a second in their paper, and anybody that wants to can go. It's free. It's publicly available information. There's plenty of other papers people have published, who, putting their measurements into Excel so we can see it real easy and stuff. And all of them agree that it's, like 6 or 8 or whatever that number is, and it's not a 0. The original paper doesn't report a 0. None of it reports a 0, but you're saying that in 1905 they started telling everybody that it was a 0 so that they could say that.
Yep. And in subsequent experiments that were done to try and invalidate it, were assumed to be incorrect, or were assumed to have some sort of systemic error to them. So when they did other measurements, like for example, what was it, Kennedy and Thorndike, they took an asymmetrical interferometer to altitude in a balloon and got a measurement of, I think it was about 24 or 27 kilometers a second, and they rounded that to 0. And the reasoning that they gave for that is they were like, well, there's no way we could have been measuring velocity, bro. We know that stellar nebula, the velocities around those bad boys are, thousands and thousands of kilometers a second. So if we were out here measuring some sort of velocity component, it would be much larger than this, and this must be an error because of their cosmology and what they've already assumed to be true. They took the lab measurements and was like, you know what? This is wrong. Doesn't fit my conception, my cosmology, and they threw it out. Now, granted, the asymmetrical interferometer does give an increased velocity due to the fact that the light's going to, obviously get back to one side quicker than the other. So it's not exactly the best one, but it was close to the 30 kilometers. But the reason that they don't, try to expound on that is because it can't be reproduced in a meaningful way. Like you would be able to show that like that the symmetrical ones are the way to do it, and they don't give a velocity component of that large.
And so there's all these other experiments who have, at different altitudes with symmetrical ones, let's say, like the Dayton Miller and other people who, even some of the other Michelson people that he paired with, that they gave varying velocities, between 6 and 8, and then up to other ones from like 10 to 15 at different altitudes. And so they're all measuring like and these aren't just like one-time deals. They're measuring these, velocities with respect to like weeks and months and months and months and years, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Not only that. Well, yeah, well, you already touched on it, but yeah. So they didn't just measure the increase in the velocity gradient. All these measurements show the same periodicity that Miller measured. So in Michelson-Morley, they didn't really have enough data to establish, like a periodicity really. But Miller started doing measurements all throughout the year, and especially on the equinoxes and the weeks leading up to the equinoxes. And what he found was that there's a sidereal periodicity that's measured and an annual periodicity that corresponds to the position of the sun, where on the equinoxes, the speed of light reaches its minimum and maximum dimensions.
Mm. So, wow. So he literally took these measurements and correlated them to the sky, and they repeated like that every year for several years.
Yeah, so Miller was 1905 to 1925, and then that's where he found the sidereal and annual periodicity. And then Yuri Galev was in 2000. I think he started in 1998 and ended in like 2002 or four. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, he ended in like 2002 and then published his stuff in '04, I think. And yeah, he was doing the same thing, measuring it throughout the year to get those specific time frames to see if he could reproduce Miller's work. He did that with radio millimeter waves and also optical wave bands using another interferometer setup where he was actually doing hydroaerodynamic tests with it based on the shielding used. But that's another story. But let's see, there was also Hector Manera, who left a Michelson-style interferometer running for 3 years in their lab at the university in, starts with a B. It's somewhere in South America. Can't remember the name, but yeah, they left it running for 3 years and measured the same periodicity fluctuations that Miller measured. So the idea that, like, Miller was in air, didn't know what he was doing, et cetera, is completely false, because his work was actually reproduced.
So, all these different people, starting from the original Michelson-Morley to other Michelson collabs with other different people to Dayton Miller to more modern day, everyone is measuring some velocities that are anywhere from 6 to like 15 kilometers a second, depending on their altitude and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
altitude and latitude.
um, in order for that motion they're detecting to actually be the Earth, the only number that would be valid would be about 30, right?
Yep. Yeah, if anything
Okay.
anything short of 30 falsifies Newtonian dynamics.
Okay. So back to the original then in 1887, they needed it to either be a straight up 30 or a 0. Those are the only numbers they could possibly deal with, right? And so since it wasn't a 30, taking it back full circle now, you're saying they just straight up lied and told everyone it was a 0, even though it clearly wasn't?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because they had done other experiments before Michelson-Morley, leading up to that. So there was Ergo, Aries, there was one by Kinkerfuse, one by Kettler, and a couple other lads, right? And they would measure slight deviations. They would measure what they would interpret as a velocity, but nothing that would correspond to the magnitude of what was required for heliocentrism. So what had happened was there was a guy named Stokes and Fizzow, aka Young Fizzy, and a couple in Lorentz. They were coming up with ways to explain why these were nulls, right? Like why they couldn't why they were not measuring any velocity. So like they were like rounding them all down to 0 and coming up with different ways. So Stokes was saying, oh, maybe the static ether turns mobile inside of the container and it's bouncing around and it's carrying the light in the opposite direction of motion, which gives a null. And everyone was like, oh, cool. Thank God you said that, because otherwise we'd have to admit, that we're wrong. Whew. And Lorentz came around and he was doing his stuff with electrons and whatnot, and he was on that link contraction time dilation grind, so he was starting to apply that, and that's what they were using, to explain all these things. And then Michelson-Morley came around, and even at the end of the paper, before it gets to the supplement by Lorentz, at the conclusion, Michelson's like, hey, if we take these measurements as is, then Stokes' theory fails, Fazal's theory fails, aka Young Fizzy, and also Lorentz's explanation fails. And Lorentz's would have been link contraction and time dilation, but because of the magnitude of the measurement, you can't invoke that. It would have to be an actual null reading. It couldn't be outside of the experimental error. But then they went ahead and just wrapped it up under experimental error and said it was a nullsies, gave your boy a pat on the back, and then that was that.
So you're saying that for the past 140 years almost, 130 something years since this experiment, because it's a very famous experiment. I mean, it's referenced in university level literature everywhere. You're saying that in all the references to Michelson-Morley, that the old ones back in the day were just, lying about what the numbers were, and then the new ones today just are misinformed and are repeating the same lie that it was a null result. But this entire time, anybody that wants to can go back to the original paper and just look at it with their own eyes, download it straight off the internet and see the numbers and see that, as a matter of fact, it's not a zero at all, which means that the only conclusion left is that the Earth's not moving.
Yeah, if you take the measurements as is in the first order, you would have to either say that for some reason, the Earth is moving slower than expected, which is just ad hoc, or you could interpret it as the Earth is stationary with respect to a dynamic ether wind.
So we know that your position is the second one, it's stationary, but like that first one, if they were to say that the velocity of the Earth around the sun is not 30 kilometers a second, it's actually 6 or 8 or whatever they measured, would that fit at all within the current cosmological paradigm? Like that wouldn't work for any of the
No.
measurements of the solar system, right?
No, because everything is built off of Kepler's laws, which is just a ratio of a periodicity over pi. So they've got all their distances and everything that scale out as a function of the periodicity. So when they swapped in Newtonian dynamics using the constants g and m of the sun, they're doing the same ratio against the periodicity, and it dictates that there has to be a mandatory velocity of 30 kilometers a second for any causal mechanisms asserted to be true, because that was the big thing, right? It was like applying physical attributes to the sky and saying not only do I know how much this planet weighs, I know how fast it's moving, and I know why it's moving, which is crazy. And they would have lost all that power.
Oh, so basically, if we scale down the velocity from 30 to 6, that number is about 5 times smaller. So you're saying everything would have to be 5 times closer and 5 times smaller if the speed's 5 times lower?
Yep, they would have to readjust everything, which they could do because the whole system, the way that it scales, using scale and invariance, they could do that, like just by changing the astronomical unit, and it would all scale proportionally. But obviously, that would that would look horrible for them, because then it's like, okay, so we went from 93 million to whatever 5 times closer would be,
like 18.
Yeah. So and then like it would destroy the confidence that the public has in the whole narrative of the sky.
And it would also change like things like masses and velocities for stuff that's far away, and the rate of rotation of like spiral galaxies and all. It would basically change every number everywhere in astronomy since forever.
Yep.
So they can't do that. And so it's not possible then. So you said there's two options. The first one is that the Earth for some reason is moving slower. So you're saying that that's not a valid position? Like it's not possible that everything's just way smaller and the Earth's just moving slow?
It would only be tenable if you like super wanted to believe in it, and then but not give an explanation as to why the velocity is different. So like Miller, for example, right? He took the measurements as is, and he made no attempt to describe why the velocity was measured at a lower rate. But he was like, it should be much higher. He actually stated in one paper I was reading recently, he was like, yeah, it should be like 200 kilometers a second if you make it with respect to, and I forget what it was, but he had interpreted a much higher velocity, and then was like, but the fact that it's only this amount, I have no explanation as to why. So it's like at least he was honest about it. But they would say something like, "Oh, it's entrained in a gravity field and all these different things, right?" But if you start doing that, then you lose the constancy of C, and you lose your ability to use C as a yardstick for all cosmological events. And we know that, I'm sorry, all astronomical events, and we know that astronomy is king.
So they're kind of trapped then, basically, is what you're saying, because the only other explanation to say Earth's not stationary is to scale all the velocities down. But then, in order to do that, they have to interject a bunch of other. They either have to say that they were wrong about everything, go literally start back from scratch from 400 or 500 years ago and redo everything from the ground up, or they have to try to keep everything the same, impose some different effect on the light to say that's why the light's measured different. But if they do that to the light, then they lose the ability to measure anything in the sky, because who knows what's happening to the light from here to some star.
Yep.
So they're trapped. So neither one of those work. So you're saying then that the fact that there's non-zero velocities measured in interferometers just simply means that the only tenable explanation that's left is that the Earth is stationary and there's no other option.
Yep.
Wow. Well, I hope everybody listening is able to hold on to that. That seems like a very well broken down, simplified nutshell, in a nutshell explanation. Thank you for that. That leads to one more question. So then, if that's the case, and we're not moving, what do you think? How do you think? But okay, it's a two-part question. How and why? How and why were they able to take something that's literally just objective, numbers on a paper, like, hey, we did this study, we did this experiment, here's the numbers we wrote them down, they're in black and white on ink on this paper, here's the paper, that they were able to take those numbers and just lie to the world and say that they were all zeros?
Well,
I know that's not a scientific question, but I
yeah.
would like your opinion.
So you got a bunch of people that are already in the mainstream paradigm of the Earth being in motion, whether they're fully down with the Copernican principle or not. They're already, this is what's accepted as science, and applying Newtonian dynamics to the sky, everyone's already super into all of that. So it's easy for them to go, oh, you know what, yeah, it was a null, and not look further into it.
So that's the why. What about the how? How do you think that they were able to pull that off and just have everyone believe that everything on the paper was a
Just
big zero?
social shame and rhetoric, right? You have the smartest people on Earth, so-called, presenting these things in a very one-sided manner, and it's like a trickle-down effect, right? It's like you won't get funding, you won't get your stuff published unless you're agreeing with the current paradigm, and the current paradigm was to explain this experiment through the lens of relativity. And if you weren't down with that, you weren't going to get published, you weren't going to get recognition. You were going to get called, you were going to get what they called the Einstein treatment, which is basically they were just going to call you an anti-Semite and just social shame you for critiquing relativity theory. There was actually a really interesting case with Paul Gerber and Einstein. Now, we're all familiar with the perihelion precession situation, right? So what happened was Gerber derived an explanation for it 17 years before Einstein did. And when Einstein came around, he actually used the exact same equation to derive it, but he didn't cite Gerber or anything like that. And then he got called out on it by this dude named, can't remember his name. It starts with a G. It's like Greckert or Geck, one of those names. And he was like, yo, why'd you steal from the homie Gerber? And Einstein was like, Paul Gerber didn't derive anything. He made a mistake in his math, and his position's untenable. All the experts in my theory agree. How can a lowly what did he call him? Because Gerber was a physics teacher for high school, so he was like he was just a teacher, right? So he was like Einstein called him a lowly teacher, and it's like, bro, you're a patent clerk, number one. Shut the fuck up. Like who are you to talk about what the experts agree on? Anyway, but So anyway, he actually never explained how Paul Gerber was wrong or why, or how he couldn't derive anything as a principle from what he was asserting was the cause. It's just he just did an appeal to credentials essentially and said all these experts agree that you're wrong, therefore you're wrong, but never explicitly said why. And both equations are the same. Um, and then that guy with a G, that Grech guy, he challenged Einstein to a debate, and Einstein was like, okay, let's debate. And then he backed out and said that he doesn't debate people that are anti-Semitic. And then this Grech guy was labeled as an anti-Semite and all these things and got smeared. And they protected Einstein from a debate using an anti-Semitic cloak. So if you were to go against Einstein and point these things out, then you're actually just against the Jewish race somehow.
Well, so basically, you're saying that they would use the power of the academic institutions and the sway that they held over people and the credentials and authority, et cetera, to repeat this notion. And I guess, to be fair, I didn't think about this when I asked the question, but I suppose in 1887 and 1905, we didn't really have the internet, so a layman like you or I, just a common person off the street, wouldn't exactly be able to go get their own copy of Michelson and Morley's paper from 1887, right? They wouldn't just have those at their local bookstore or anything. That would be something that would be like, prestigious universities would have copies of, and maybe like the physics department over at Harvard and like certain places. That's something that you'd have to really go to great lengths to even see that paper, right? So they would probably report on the findings, but the actual paper themselves, like, wouldn't be like super easily accessible like it is today. So maybe within that historical time frame, the environment that they were in academia at that time, it would have been a lot easier to propagate a lie and propagandize around it. Would you say?
I mean, I'd say so, because they already had control of the media to do things like that. Like for example, when what was it, when Eddington did the measurements for the eclipse bending or whatever, and the Royal Society announced that Einstein's theory was correct. The very next day, I think it was like November 17th, 19, whatever would it be, 1919. Uh, he was like immediately a superstar because they used the British media to immediately announce everything and bolster that, and then they used the American media at the same time, and they just went on a big press tour and talked about the genius of Einstein and all that stuff. So like they were already utilizing, um, that sort of mechanism to get to like push that out there to like let everyone know what's up. And then you couldn't verify it yourself, like you were saying. You couldn't go to your local library and be like, "Hey, they said that Einstein. Can I get a look at those photographic plates?" Or whatever. Like nobody knew how to do that, or wasn't available. So you just had to take the word of the people running these institutions that deliver the media.
Wow. So all this boils down in the very end. I thank you for this time, by the way, Alan. You explained things very clearly. It all boils down in the end to, in 1887, they decided, based on the known principles of physics at the time, to build a device where they could use light to measure the velocity of the Earth. And they knew it had to be 30 kilometers a second. They were planning on using it as this great proof of their model and the pinnacle, like the capstone achievement of their science. And then they performed this experiment, and instead of getting 30, they got like 6 to 8. And they had no possible mechanism with which to explain that, because any possible explanation they came up with would have removed their ability to actually measure the sky at all. And so the only thing they had left to do was either admit that the Earth was not moving, or to lie about the numbers and the results and tell everyone that they were zeros across the board. And so they chose the latter. They told everyone in the world that it was zeros across the board, and used the power of the educational institutions and the media to bolster that lie. And then over time, it just became self-propagating in all the universities and academia everywhere, till we get to the modern present day, where we can actually go for ourselves and look at the papers, read them for ourselves, and see that not a single number on that page is a zero. None of it's a zero. And it's all, very established numbers. But we're so far along now that that lie is sunk into the minds and into the framework of academia. Most people will never even challenge it or look at it. And anyone who does question it is probably not going to get published or be given the time of day anyway. And so all of this has happened. There's been this giant propaganda movement about these studies, and everyone's actually being lied to because the facts actually prove that the Earth's not moving, and it's a joint effort by the powers that be to cover up the fact that we're all stationary.
Yep. Not only is the Earth not moving, but they have no idea why the lights in the sky move. Like when we get into these conversations and people are like, "Well, how do you explain what Jupiter is?" And it's like, we don't know. All we know is it's a light in the sky. Like, and then we get so much resistance on that because people, like, when you tell someone, like, when you attribute all these quote unquote facts to a light in the sky, I mean, it's hard to give that up, right? And from their perspective, when we say we don't know, it's just a light, and it just moves with a with a periodicity to it, like in a cycle. They're not satisfied with that because they've been spoon fed a narrative that gives them physical attributes, weights, dimensions, what it's, the layers of gas, like all these different things, right? And they, when you think that that's true, and you think that that's bolstered by, the causal mechanism of things, it's really hard to let go of that. I mean, we deal with the implications of that all the time when we talk to people, and they're like, your position's stupid. You just think it's a light in the sky. It's like, bro, you don't know that it's not a light in the sky, and that's what's really unsettling. But that's what this whole fight was over, because without Michelson-Morley, like, they would have lost all of that.
Wow. So at the end of the day, you're saying this argument doesn't even come down to science because, I mean, the measurements speak for themselves. I mean, the device just reads what it reads, and the number is what the number is. You're saying that all of this ever since 1887 has not really been an argument about science. It's been an argument about philosophy and the implications of what those measurements would mean for humanity and life and the meaning of everything as a whole.
Yeah, like I said, all these lads at the Royal Societies, at the various respective variations of the Royal Society, all adhere to the Copernican philosophy, and that is that the Earth doesn't hold any significance in the universe, and the only way to do that is to put the Earth in motion. Otherwise, everything is with respect to the Earth, which would thereby imply, significance, because how could that possibly be? How could we possibly be the center of the zodiac, right? If like, we have to take that away from people, and the only way to do that is to put the Earth in motion.
So these people just dislike the idea, basically, of us being in the center of everything and everything moving around us. You're saying that that's like the reason for all of this is because they just didn't want people to know that we're in the center of the world?
Yeah, and they say that because they're so humble, right, that they don't want to accept that that we're in a significant spot, right? Like, so thank God that they're so humble that they don't want to accept the obvious implication, because otherwise, they would be not humble, I guess.
So this Saturday afternoon, you all should gather around when Pizzo holds his own personal space on how to ask, like the art of, as well, the art of asking a leading question. It's going to be fabulous. You guys should all tune in for that for sure. What I'm seeing is Lily Hannah patiently with her hand in the air. And we should give more respect to our ambassador there.
Thanks for answering my questions, Alan.
I want to see your class, Pizzo. It's going to be awesome.
Why are you coming at Pizzo, dog?
You can't handle a joke. Come on, man. That was funny. Come on.
I think that was my last question. Anything else is pretty much opinionated. But no, one more, Liliana. Sorry, one more. What do you think that we as people then? Because this is a personal question. This is an opinion, right? But what do you think then, in conclusion to all this, knowing what the science actually says? What do you think that we as individuals should take away from this, and how it relates to our lives, what it should mean for us?
that we're significant. We were put here for a purpose.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, thanks for participating in my interview. And go ahead, Liliana. You have been waiting for a while. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's okay, Piezo. I'm used to just you going on and on and on and on. Oh yeah. Well, actually, Alan, you know what? Now that I'm back to being a Glober, did I tell you that I'm back to being a Glober? I think I told you
You need
guys,
some more
right?
coffee, don't you?
Oh no! Did you run out of coffee? What happened?
No, what happened was that I guess I didn't tell you guys. I told Ken and Brian and the whole space the other day. These guys in black suits stopped by my door, and they're like, "We heard you're the Flat Earth ambassador," and I said, "Yeah, so what?" And they're like, well, we need you to get in our car. And I said, no, why? And so then they brought out this briefcase, and there was $666,000 in $100 bills there. And as you know, I'm poor as a church mouse, and so I couldn't resist. So they said all I had to do was be a Glober again. So I was like, okay, well, I've been a Glober all my life, so that's easy, you know. And hey, you know what, Alan? First of all, yeah, you flat earthers need to become humble because you're nobody in this big infinite cosmos, okay? So just eat some humble pie and be quiet. And the other thing is that, you know, you guys have to just really learn that you don't have as cool of a story as the Globers do. Like the Globers, we Globers, we have such a great story answer for everything. I mean, who cares if it's all made up, but at least we got a story, right? So until you guys come up with your own story, forget about it. Anyways, I think I can be a double agent because I love you guys. I've bonded with you guys. So don't worry about the Globers. First of all, no one's here that's a Glober, I don't think, except me.
Well, it does
So
sound profitable.
They're not going to know. Yeah, sorry, I had to leave you guys for money. What to do? But no, actually, all jokes aside, that was a lovely conversation. I was enjoying it. And P.S., I was joking with you. So, I mean, even though you do go on and on, but yeah. But Stone, that was very sweet of you to interject on my behalf.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, I didn't really want you guys to be in the dark. So now you know that I'm a Glober again. Just be careful around me. I've been sent as a spy. They told me to just continue pretending to be a flat earther.
I'm glad that you were able to make the globular position profitable.
No, you know, that's what's so funny is that Globers have totally fallen for this elaborate story that's been constructed. That is what they've fallen for. And it's like, so because we're honest enough to just say, hey, we don't know what Jupiter is. It's just a light in the sky. We don't know what the planets are. They're just lights in the sky. And they think like, oh, you don't know how far the sun is. You don't know how far the moon is. You don't know what the moon is. So see, and it's interesting that they would rather have a fake story than just the truth, which is we really don't know, you know. So it's kind of tragic. But I was really enjoying the conversation very much, the whole thing, everything. So it's so nice that you guys came to the space because it just made the conversation very, very interesting.
Thanks, Lily. I was actually doing what Stone said. I was, trying to break it down classroom style because I figured there's a lot of people listening, and when you're able to describe things that way, it really helps understanding stick, And who knows? I mean, we don't know who's listening. We always concern ourselves with the people on stage and the few people that have their hands up, but dude, there's like 90% of the people aren't up here. We don't even interact with them, right? So it's like they're just hearing this. I mean, half of them could be new. I mean, we don't know, right? They could just be random followers. So people with no context or background, etc. So it's very important. I think every single time personally that we talk about like any of these topics, we always should discuss what are the implications and what are the consequences. What does it all mean for me? Because that's the whole point. I mean, that's the whole point that we even talk about it, but we so often fail to actually point that out every time. And I mean, why does if we can't answer that question, why does anybody even care, right? So I think
Well, now, yeah, I agree. Mr. Xavier's had his hand up as long as I've had.
Ooh, gotta find your mic, Xavier.
It sounded like he just unmuted to fart into the mic.
You checking your propulsion there?
Hey,
Oh,
you're coming in super broken and distorted, brother.
You should punch out and in again, I guess.
oh yeah, Mr. Xavier, it sounded like farts coming out. That was funny.
Like, Xavier, do you have something to say? Just like starts shitting himself profusely or something.
More crickets. Where are all the globies at?
I tried to play one, but it's hard being a double agent.
Well, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, I told them I was gonna keep pretending to be the Flat Earth ambassador. So
That's dope.
sorry,
That's dope that they let you keep your original job as Flat Earth ambassador.
Sorry, I think I killed a space. Gosh darn it. Sorry, you guys. Maybe you should give some mics to other people.
I don't know that Ken is still here. It's possible that he's gone.
Shane's out walking his dog.
Oh, Shane's in bed, but yeah, and also walking his dog. There's a simultaneous. He's in two positions at once. He's in a superposition.
Oh, and then Brian checked out for some reason. Oh my God! Tomorrow's Flat Earth Friday already. Oh wow!
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm getting that post-apocalyptic ghost town feeling right about now.
50,000 people used to live here, or whatever Call of Duty intro.
It's my fault. I killed the space. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we have an ability to give anyone mics unless Ken's still here.
Yeah, we got to get ourselves a host.
I see none of you disagreed when I said I killed the space. Thanks a lot.
I'm still here. I don't know what you mean.
Did you guys know that there's going to be a rap battle on Friday? Did you guys hear about that?
No, what's that?
MC Mistar over there is going to be rap battling Flatman B.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a real mom spaghetti. So definitely be prepared for that. If you guys aren't familiar with Flat Earth Fridays, follow 100 Crypto Keys on Twitter. And when he goes live, join the space for that rap battle. I would bring Mr. up here right now to do a little demo, a little freestyle off the cuff, but, can't do it. So.
Got to have the permies.
Yep.
What's Ken gonna do with this space? He's just gonna go to bed and let the space die, or what?
He's probably looking for his lighter.
The mythological creature, ever evasive. Oh, Mr. was at Flattoberfest. He actually won't be there, so I apologize. There won't be a rap battle, but there also won't not be a rap battle. So I'm sure it'll work itself out.
I think that should be a component of the U.S. presidential competition. We should have Trump versus Kamala rapping the fuck down on stage. You know what I mean? People or no people out there, but give them something to jump into there and see who comes out on top.
She used to listen to Tupac. I bet she's got mad bars.
Well, yeah, she's black. She's got a natural DNA advantage there. I mean, God, you could easily beat a white guy, right?
Well, you would think, but I did see 8 Mile multiple times, and that guy crushed. So I don't know that skin is inherently a benefactor or like proportional to the rapping ability or whatever.
Well, Trump is from the hood, so you could be right.
Yeah, that's true. But also, you don't forget, since Kamala and Joe are boys, Kamala has access to Corn Pop, and we all know about Corn Pop.
He is one bad dude. I've heard. I have heard that.
Bro.
Yeah, where's Corn Pop these days?
Chilling.
Yeah, I just want to say something to get something off my chest. What I see what's in for me with Flat Earth is I want to end all the lies. I'm tired of all the lies and the cheating and everything.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're all tired of the lies, trust me.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sending out microphones. Ken's back.
Yeah, he sent me one.
Yeah, Dan's had his hand up for a while there too, I think.
Oh, Barber Dan, second.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
too. Oh, there's
Mr. Xavier, Mr.
Tom, I sent you a
guys
mic as well.
You can have my mic if you need it, Alan.
Nah,
he's got like a dozen.
Yeah, you're the ambassador. We'll just, kick somebody else. Like, Karen's on the chopping block before you, bro.
Test. I'm coming in.
Yo.
Way better than before.
Jesus, it was queefing out there. My bad, guys. What was that? Now I gotta find my notes. It's all good. Alan knocked it out the park, by the way. Good shit, my man. As you always do. I had like 10 things to say. I narrowed it down to like 4. Because he did such an awesome job like he normally does. My boy was cooking. I think one thing we got to remember of why we dive into the standard model. I think a lot of people find it more comfortable. Let's just talk about the shape of the Earth and the velocity that's not there, that's expected. But it's kind of awesome, like he and Pizio did, trace it back to the beginning of where the fuckery started, basically.
Are people getting connected?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking much better, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Ken?
Karen made it up, and everything's looking good now. Smooth sailing.
Yeah, Zabe was talking there just a sec. Could you hear him, Ken?
Now I can't
I
hear
was
him.
chasing the singularity.
Can you hear us, Ken?
My man.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just keep continuing. But like Ken pointed out one time, I think it's important to be honest and give the honest the other side a fair shake, right? Because I was trying to perfect some of my arguments, and he said make sure not to put.
I forgot Shane went to bed.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't hear me.
Yeah, Ken, you can't hear Xavier.
He said it with a French accent. Jeez. My man.
Xavier.
Monsieur Xavier, bien certainement.
Poisson. All right. I'll get through this. I swear to God.
You took the croissant right out of me, bro.
Parfait, comme toujours.
All right. So the no is important to talk about the MMX, and it's the colloquial version of no. that gets brought up a lot, right? As a zero value, which is not a zero value. As Alan talked about, it's way beyond the margin of error, which was what 2 kilometers per second. It was like around 6 to 8. So that null is important to bring out. And what did PZO talk about? If we accept that null is not instrumental error and the Earth is moving 5 times slower than expected, that throws everything off with the annual, how long a year is, seasons, etc. So they can't adopt that model. And I put it up in the nest if you guys want to read through the paper. Like PZO talked about, we didn't have papers back in the day to challenge mainstream scientism, but now we can read through them with the glory of the internet, right? It's a curse and a gift at the same time. One of the things that people are starting to do now, if you haven't been through these conversations, is adopt the ether, a stationary ether, in replacement of space-time. Ashton forms particularly, along with Peter in his last debate with Shane and Alan. That doesn't work also. That doesn't work because it's a stationary ether, and as Ashton Form pointed out, he doesn't like to reference the MMX because he has to acknowledge what is not instrumental error, what is going on with the 6 to 8.
He won't acknowledge the horizontal configuration, but you give him a vertical interferometer, boy, he's all in. Bro, he doesn't need to see the data. He doesn't need to see anything. He's just like, nah, that dude got a 2 fringer right off the rip. It's like
off the joint, bro. Like
yeah,
bro,
dude,
what's going on?
Dude, that's so funny. I thought that was hilarious when he's just like, that's the way he, it doesn't even make any, dude, it's so incoherent. It's crazy, but he's super into it. And yeah, just acknowledging the velocity in that orientation, destroys the idea that the Earth is in motion at 30 kilometers a second. So he won't even touch it, which is like super weird for someone looking for the truth and saying all this crazy stuff about how he thinks the ether works. And it's like, bro, you're not even going to go back to the classicos? Not even going to hit up my boy Fezzi?
Right. So if a model doesn't predict correctly, Alan, what do? Make adjustments to the model, or
yeah, just deny it, retrofit it into a proof of our model somehow. It's like, yeah, dude, my
Get
vertical
some new math.
my vertical ether theory predicts that there'll be a 0 fringe from Michelson-Morley somehow. So like, I'm on board with mainstream now, and it's like, dude, you're capitulating to full DS. Never go full DS.
Never go full DS. And keep remembering that this kind of goes back even further than MMX, right? See, if scientific laws are what happens always, then there can't be conflicts or contradictions between the laws, right? So if we have Maxwell, who has a notion that the velocity of light is fixed and not relative, what's that say about Newton's notion that he insists that velocities are relative to other velocities? We have a problem. So what does Einstein, what our boy Einstein does, comes back and says, dude, don't even worry about it, bro. We can adjust time so that we can have both your notions work simultaneously. Although that
time and space,
my ninja,
for the symmetry.
Exactly. So like Pizio pointed out, one time he said something's perfect. What seems to happen isn't necessarily what happens, right? What seems and what happens are 2 distinct different things. And one question that I found on having these conversations with the heliocentrists is do I ask them, are reference frames necessarily in accordance with reality? Oh shit, what kind of question is that, homie? Yeah, are reference frames necessarily in accordance with reality? That kind of throws me from a loop, because now you have a distinction where you're addressing a referent and the model. Does the model tie into a reference in reality? And we know that. We know that answer is no. So they can't say yes to that. So they'll they have to avoid that question altogether. So just keep that in mind, that a balancing beam analogy, I think, is the new one, and I like it. I like it better than rollerblading androids. I was dying when you were saying that. My boy would not let me live that down, homie. One bad analogy, I'm gonna live here forever. But no, that's what's up. That's what we do, right? But I like that because so the balance beam is gonna be off. The two balls are gonna hit it at the same time. It's gonna be off. That's what happens in reality. And my reference frame, me traveling in the non-inertial frame, witnessing that doesn't make a difference at all. It's moving. They're going to hit at the same time, and it's going to still remain balanced, regardless of what I see. I'm not going to see a tipped balance beam, and he's going to see an even one. It's just retarded. We live in one reality. And once we make everything relative, what frame did these laws get derived from? You can't even have a Newton's bucket because you're all over the place with whose reference race is correct when everybody's correct. And that's in a nutshell. I mean, that kind of ties into colloquial terms too. When people say, "Oh, there's no reality; it's only perception." I'm sure you've heard that, right? It's all our perception of reality. No, the fuck it isn't. Your perception could be wrong. It could be wrong. You could have an inaccurate perception of reality. We know this. So I think that's awesome. The breakdown that Piazio and Alan did. It's not for nothing. We've heard it a couple of times, but you know what? It's like Piazio pointed out, there's a guy or gal in the audience that's saying, "Oh shoot, that makes a lot of sense. I've never heard that before." And we just got to stay green bananas with this stuff. One of my old sales managers used to say that, "Stay green bananas." I know you heard the pitch 100 times, but there's a new person that haven't heard the pitch. So good job, Alan. Like you always do. You stay cooking, brother.
TY. And shout out to Piazio for setting me up for the pre-dunks.
No, Alan made a really big impression on me. I was like, wow, there's flat earthers that really know their stuff. And of course, now, I have all these teachers. There's Stone G and Shane G, Alan G, Toby G, Whitsit G.
Hey, Alan, quick question. What is Ashton's Forbes deal with the vertical MMX, basically? Why does he hang on to that more than the regular? I don't get it. I still haven't looked into his theory. As soon as he says he believes in space-time and he's trying to bend it to create warp travel like Star Trek, I'm like, all right, homie, that's enough. But have you looked into it further?
No, I would assume it's just to give physical substantiation to an ether that he's proclaiming. And without acknowledging the horizontal configuration, it's much safer to reference an obscure measurement done by someone whose work isn't available to critique in terms of the data and the configuration and this technical specs of it, because it's behind a paywall. And I'm not it's only $30, but it's that's kind of steep, dog, just to find out, whatever. But so I'm not going to hinge my hat on the vertical stuff. But I've brought it up a couple of times because even if the magnitude isn't to what he claims, which I don't think it is a full 2 fringes, but there still would be a result. So I'm cool with referencing it, but to hinge my whole I would never use it to hinge my entire belief system on, you know what I mean? But while denying another interferometer experiment at a different orientation, that's preposterous. So I think it's just a little safety net.
Hey, if I can jump in, I want to say a couple things, if that's all right with all y'all.
Only if you do it in a rhyming fashion.
Oh, shit. I don't think I can, because I might just slip here in South Carolina. It's fucking kind of slippery. It's raining like crazy. We walked into a fucking tropical storm, but I'll tell you, it's super cool coming from the high desert, coming out here and getting ready for Flattoberfest with Run Boston Bear. We ran into Amphibian J and a couple other people when we walked in the hotel. There was some people checking in, and they were showing the lady at the front desk Dave Weiss's app, and Run Boston Bear says, "What are you doing over there?" It was pretty funny, but it'll be a good time. And so if you're in the South Carolina area, come check it out. It's definitely going to be cool, and get to see Austin Whitsitt and some music. They've got a bunch of events going on. The rain is supposed to stop midday tomorrow, but That's according to a weatherman, and only politicians and weathermen get paid to lie. But speaking of politicians, you guys were talking about a rap battle, and Liliana can back me up on this. The fact that Kamala Harris also is Indian, she can do that ducka ducka tabla speed reader rap shit that is going to be way faster than what Trump can do, but the white factor might tip it over because everyone does say Eminem is the best rapper. I don't necessarily think so, but that's just what people say. Just throwing that out there. That tabla ducka ducka can go way fast. They have to study years for that shit. What Xavier was just saying is something that I've been thinking a lot about. Because, and I really liked what you and Piezo just did. Because of the fact that when you come into this, you have no context. If someone just says the earth is flat, like, there's nowhere to put that file in a file like there's no, there's no place to put it, and so people don't have any context for it. And so when you tell the history of how it got screwed up, it can start to like lay a foundation, especially when you're using, this story of where Einstein kind of screwed this whole thing up. And it's much like, and I've used this analogy a lot, but I'm going to get more into it just because I relate it to my own personal experience. It's much like being in recovery and not knowing the insanity of being locked into addiction. It's like struggling with a disease I don't understand and don't know that I have. And when, you don't know what you don't know, I think, Xavier, you said, how did you say it? You said, oh gosh, something about your ideas can be wrong or your perceptions can be wrong, right? When you have no other way to view the world, you don't know how wrong they can be. And so you just operate from this space of trust the authorities. I was taught this as a child. It's how the world is. And when you start to open up that door to new possibilities, that's where everything starts to really change. It's what's the Wayne Dyer saying? When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change, and that's become more and more true for me as I've gotten older and as I've gotten to understand the history of science and how it's gotten to where it's at. And it feeds into every other aspect of our lives, academia and medicine, politics, all of it. I mean, you just look back at the history and it's just not what we've been told. And it's pretty incredible that we have this unifying thing that we call the internet today, that we can all get together, people who would normally not ever be able to communicate, not ever be able to fellowship. We're drawing on two of the most powerful things in the universe, and that is the idea of a creator or creation and fellowship. And what I love the most about this community is that we're all seeking truth and we hold each other accountable to it. Stone does it all the time, and it's a good thing to have when we can say, hey, are you sure about what you're saying right now? Or we can question it and not get hurt by it, because ultimately we can use it as a tool to move forward. And it's just an incredible thing. So to anyone that's new to this, or any of these anonymous listeners down in the basement, don't trip, just keep coming back and, wait until it clicks, because it will. You just got to give it time. That's all I really wanted to say. I appreciate all of you tremendously, and I'm going to try and post some videos and stuff. I'm on Instagram. You can find me at MR_HEW_MAN, or just hashtag Dad's Daily Dumps, and you'll find me that way. So I'm going to post some videos of Flattoberfest while I'm here. So if you guys want to check it out, I could post some stuff as well on here. I just don't often use it other than these spaces. I don't use X other than these spaces. So I find it to be a little bit distasteful, I guess, is the word I would use. But
You're gonna post Flattober videos on Instagram or some other place, you said?
yeah, in fact, I think I have a way I can direct message you the link to my Instagram if you have one. So I'll see what I can post on here. I just don't think about this as a place to post other than sharing spaces, you know?
Well, you can do videos up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds here.
Without paying?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, because every time I try to upload something, like say from YouTube, it just gives a link. It doesn't actually show the video, you know?
Yeah, you've got to have media coming from your own drive or your phone or whatever that's yours. You're uploading it physically, and you can do for up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds per upload.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's I think longer than some of the Instagram reels, unless I did a live on Instagram. But yeah, I'll definitely do that then if that's the case. I wasn't really sure because, like I said, I've only tried to post links and it never works. So, but
if you want to get stuff on YouTube, you can use this website called SS YouTube, and you can download YouTube clips at higher resolution. And usually, there's always, no matter what video you have, you could always be more concise and clip it to get it under 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So,
to post on here as well.
Yeah, just because YouTube, without posting a link, if you want it on your hard drive or your phone, use SS YouTube and then get a higher resolution so you could clip it.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate that help for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Flattoberfest stuff going on. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Any news if somebody's going to pick up the torch after Karen B? I think this is her last one, if I'm not mistaken.
It is Karen B's last one. And so this is what I was going to say too, because I've only heard, this is all hearsay, but I know that divisions being sown in the community. And I want to say that, like, another thing that we could really hold on to is to remember principles before personalities. You know, like, we have a principle that we're all seeking truth here, and we need to keep our personalities to the side and not judge each other on that, because it can get pretty ugly when we do that, and it's dividing this community into some weird areas. And I think that and I can't speak for her, you know, rumors are just going around that we're losing people because of that divisiveness. And I don't know what her intentions are for why this is the last one. Maybe it's just a whole lot of work and she needs a break. But I did hear that next year, Dave Weiss didn't say who, but someone will be putting on a massive event in Texas. So just keep your ears open for that. I mean, there's going to be events. There's going to be things, you know, this community, we like to see each other in person. And how cool would it be to actually put something together big enough to motivate Alan and Shane to do presentations, something that we've never heard before. I'm not pushing them, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It would be really fucking cool to be able to do that, you know? So I know that other people feel the same. And yeah, as far as I know, I think there's something big going on in Texas next year. So it may be the last Flattoberfest run by Karen B, but maybe someone else will be picking up the torch. So
Yeah, Dave did say that, remember, on his space when he had it?
he did, yes. Yeah.
Oh, real quick, sorry, Alan, I just wanted to say one quick thing. When you were talking about the percussion, I gotta find this video from somewhere But there's this one very, very rare percussion instrument, and I think it's from South India, and it's very rare and it's very ancient. And I hadn't even heard about it until like 10 years ago or something like that. It's the first time I had ever heard about it. But in this video, there's this guy who was playing it. I think he's one of the last real masters left in this tradition. And luckily he seemed pretty young, like in his 40s or something, not that old. But man, he had this interesting drum, which I think he was only using one hand to actually do the drumming. But I'm pretty sure that he had some kind of like little inserts, like little thimble like things on the tips of his fingers on his right hand, the one that he was drumming with. And I'm telling you, you saw how fast he was going. It makes a tabla look like a turtle. I mean, the tabla does not even come close to what this instrument was. I don't even remember the name of this instrument. I wish I had been paying more attention, but I'll try to find it and find that video. But man, I was just blown away with this. It was defying all laws of physics. Like I was like, how can he move his fingers that fast? It's just not possible. And then I think
Until you provide the evidence, I'm gonna say it's a globe, because no way. I have seen some crazy tabla players. There's no, I mean, okay, I'll believe you because it's you, but
no, I'm telling you, no,
those
because
tabla players are insane.
They are. But I'm telling you that this one blew me away because he was literally faster than the tablas. I'm not even kidding you. I'll try and track this down because sadly I don't remember the name of that instrument, but I'm sure I'll somehow figure it out and find it. So
We're
when
gonna
I do,
find
I'll let
out.
you know.
We're
Yeah.
gonna find out that you had your video on 1.5 speed or something.
No. This is some rare instrument that I had never seen. It was, it must be super difficult to master, which is why it did not become as mainstream as tabla. But you should see some of the percussion instruments from Carnatic music, which is South Indian. And it's pretty crazy fast. But anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation, but Mr. Everything you said is really true. We come here for truth, and along with truth, tied to truth is justice, and tied to justice is, humanity, and tied to humanity is so many other things like discernment and common sense and humility and not having hubris. And then we cultivate patience, we try to cultivate calmness, compassion, love, peace, goodwill. It's all tied together. And I feel like really like the flat earth movement, like the more I get to know the people in it, I see that they're all trying to embody all these beautiful qualities. And that's, I think, the thing that I really love so much about the flat earth movement, especially this community.
Yeah, well, you can see it, especially when in like debates. If you watch some of the earlier debates, and I'm sure even Alan would attest to this for himself, that when you watch Globy spiral and fall apart and get angry, Witsit's really calmed down a lot. Alan has calmed down a lot, and I still love it when Alan goes off because it's funnier than anyone else that I've ever seen, just because of what he comes up with in the spot. Like, it's just pure comedic gold. I will say that, Alan. So don't stop doing that just for the sake of my entertainment. But, you do really, it does become something where it requires you to be a better person, and you don't freak out and use the same ad hom attacks that, and that's the thing about the truth. It's like a lion. You don't need to protect it. All you got to do is let it out of the cage and it will protect itself. And I think that that's what's kind of happening and going on here. And it's exciting to see where and how far this thing can go, as far as the thing that's causing so much division with the with what's her name? The
Kamala Harris.
No, Hillary Duffy.
Never met her.
The girl that's doing the whole Antarctic sun thing. Hillary Duffy.
Talking about Big Duff?
Yeah, Hillary Duffy. It's Hillary Duffy's sister or something.
Hashtag not a dude.
Yeah, so, like, if something as little as that can cause so much division, it's like we really need to prioritize principles over personalities, and that, because we need as much unity as possible, and that is including to those who are on the fence or new, which sucks, because I think very much this is going to be an attraction rather than promotion. You can't really convince someone that they've been lied to, but you can just show them the facts and let them make up their own mind. I mean, no one was going to tell me the earth was flat. I had to see the evidence for myself, right? And then it was this community and Alan, like straight up you and your videos on YouTube that got me into Flat Earth Fridays and these spaces now, which has given me a voice, and that's incredible because I've been looking into Flat Earth for years, but never did I think I would have a place in the community, and it's an incredible thing. So to all those who are on the fence or new, I know it's a little bit nerve-wracking. I think the first time I talked to Stone, I was so nervous that my voice was shaking, and I was talking about
Stone is very scary though.
Dude,
no, he's not.
Stone
though.
makes me nervous, bro, and I know the man.
Well, it wasn't just that. I mean, it's just everything. Like, oh, I'm going to get up there and say something stupid, or I don't have anything worthwhile saying. That's not true. Like, everyone has a voice in this. And even if, right now I'm kind of rambling and I know that. But at this point in time, I feel it's a little safe. I let everyone do their thing and then try to, say my little piece and move on. Just don't, ransack and go crazy. That's why I want to smoke Flatman B in a rap battle, just because it'll be fun. But yeah, anyways, I'm not going to finish that sentence, but I will do it next weekend if he's up for it.
Nice.
Oh,
Even if
hey.
he's not up for it, we'll just socially shame him. So,
dude, if he's not up for it, I'm just going to start spitting at him until
just start dropping bars
Yeah.
on him, dog.
Like,
what would 50 Cent do? Do you think 50 Cent would be like, oh, you know what? You don't want a rap battle? I guess I'll just not drop all this, this lyrical genius on you.
No. I've already thought about, it's already done, dude.
Hey, Alan, did you guys assign Miss Stair like a position in this kingdom or what?
Oh, I'm just the big toe. I'm the big toe.
Oh, because I was like, I could use an assistant to the ambassador.
No.
Maybe Miss Stair could be that or something. I don't know.
No, I'm the big toe. I'm stinky, smelly at the bottom, but without me, it's inconveniently a little imbalanced. That's it. That's all I do.
Well, I was hoping for a personal assistant, secretary, chauffeur, all the perks.
Let me check the budget and get back to you on that.
I would apply for a chauffeur position for sure. Just the driver. I just want to drive people around. I'd do that.
All right. Well, Zave has to give you security clearance, but if you
Of course, yeah, no.
You're good to go.
Yeah, make sure you do the deep dive, Mr. Xavier, because I'm pretty sure there's at least one felony somewhere. I'm just putting it out there.
Chauffeur to the ambassador. That's good.
In fact, if you're not on a watch list, you can't come in. You need to be on a few.
Okay, well, then I definitely am qualified there.
Oh, well, I better quickly go and commit a felony then.
Oh no. That's how. No. Easy, Tiger.
Lily's way too enthusiastic about committing felonies.
I know. That's why I was like, easy.
She's like,
I
anyone,
like it.
She's like, anyone here want to catch a case?
Well, Xavier did say, you know, that if we didn't have a felony record, then we couldn't enter.
I specifically said watch list. don't give it a felony.
Yeah. I said felony. He said watch list, and you're definitely on a watch list because you're in a space right now with a microphone. So you're definitely up there.
Well, like I always say, sometimes you just have to kick ass.
There's a little Jekyll and Hyde going on with Stone G.
Oh, probably more than just a little.
Yo, Dom, I'm trying to send you a mic, bro. Are you not getting it, or are you doing something?
Time to get your plucky on.
We got to do some international promotion.
Check it out.
There he is.
Morning, guys. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to hear you.
It's night for us, Plucky.
I have a 5:38. So I have a really early morning. And I'm walking barefoot in the woods with my Belgian Malinois. So I have a good morning.
Did you say Belgium mayonnaise?
Belgian Malinois.
Belgium mayonnaise?
I think he means
Malinois.
Yeah,
the Belgian Malinois.
Oh,
yeah. That it's similar like German shepherd.
So you're washing your dog with mayonnaise? Is that?
It's a big barky bark.
I thought you will be having a reading night. What happened? It's
well,
it's
what
like,
happened was
we're done run out of books, right?
Yeah, I was like, it was like 7 p.m. and I was like, all right, I can definitely take an hour and a half nap and wake up at 9 or 8:30 and be ready by 9, and I slept right through that.
Happens. It's actually like good for us Czechs because when you start usually it's 2 or 3 clocks in the morning for us, but when I join it's usually about 5, 6, and you are ending. But now it doesn't seem like you are ending right now, so it's good for me that you slept a little bit.
Yeah, we haven't done a community night since like 2 weeks, so figured I'd just hop on and do this instead. Toby's out camping, so he's off for till the weekend.
He was in here earlier, like he's gone.
That was his doppelganger, Trigger.
That was triggered, yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
So you know how there's wave particle duality, so called?
I've heard about it.
There's a Toby duality, right? One is like a kind, compassionate Toby, and the other is like a mildly irritated Toby that speaks with a ton of passion when he's angry.
Oh, he's the fucker that tried to sell me tea, huh? I thought he was like slinging coffee, and he's like, I got this Earl Grey, and I was like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's his double slit or whatever.
Dang, dude, that's a rough go. I will say it's good that you guys. I'm glad you guys have had the opportunity to kind of take a break. You guys go ham and do so much every week, and I know that other people have hosted a couple other spaces, and it's nice. And Ken, the fact that you're rolling up and doing this is incredible too. I listen to a lot of what you say, and I'm thoroughly impressed with how well that you can articulate all of this information. It's leagues and bounds ahead of me, but that's okay. I'm fine with where I'm at. But I appreciate it.
I pick it all up at Ether Cause.
Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to have to be addressing Ken as Kenji, Piezo as Piezo G, and then Mr. Xavier as Mr. Xavier G. I mean, my God, I'm going to have all these teachers now. I have to start addressing them all with the JI after their names.
What's the JI for?
Well, it's just a sign of respect. Yeah, because in India, you don't, like, if you have a teacher, or if you have an aunt or uncle or someone that you respect, you don't just say their name. You add the JI, which is pronounced like the letter G. So you just always add a G at the end of the name. It just shows respect, basically.
It's just like in Japan, it's san, Daniel-san. And
yeah.
In China, it's Go. Well, Jacob Go. It's it's universal.
It's a sign of respect. Yeah.
I'd like to think that we're all part of 50 Cent's crew, G Unit.
Got the pub nub in the cup, on the gold hand, a hub nub dab. Yeah.
Ether unit.
Yo, Lily, give us a quick G Unit. If you.
Well, I missed that one somehow. I didn't totally get it. I don't know the culture too well, the rap culture.
Jam on it. Jam on it.
I'll send you a video later.
Oh, but you guys don't mind, right? When I call you Alan G and Stone G, I can't help it. Like, I look at you as, I think of you guys as my teachers. And so it's just, it's natural. Like when I had my singing teacher, he's American, but he taught classical, Hindustani singing, vocals. And I always addressed him as Michael G. I just could not get myself to call him Michael. It just seemed so odd.
That's culture for you.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. What do you call a respected student? Do I give you a name? Do you get a what is it, a suffix, prefix? Do you get a suffix?
Not that I'm aware of, honestly. I think you just addressed me by my name. That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
No rank.
No rank, huh? Well,
no rank. The respect just goes one way because, if you're getting knowledge of any kind from anybody, so your teacher, your guru, you could not learn that thing without a guru, right? Like, I don't really like the quote unquote spiritual gurus, but to me, like, the idea of a guru that's actually teaching you a skill or, something tangible, like, in your case, like physics, astrophysics, whatever. And then, like a music guru, like that is a very common guru, someone that would be teaching you some kind of music, because that music is so difficult to master. Either the South Indian or the North Indian classical is so difficult to master because there's a gigantic body of theory that you have to know, and then the practical of it, because it's all based on ragas. So ragas are like a combination of notes. So it'll be one particular combination of notes that, going up, and then would be a different combination of notes coming down. And so you don't have you don't mix up notes with the ragas. You have to stay within the raga. So yeah, anyway, so it's very, very complex. I tried to learn it, but then I realized, oh my God, I don't have the brain for it. But I can listen though, and I've just learned to appreciate that music so much, because it actually takes like 20 years of studentship and intense practice Like you have to practice every single day, 7 days a week, you know. So with all that time that you invest in the practice and learning of it, so you form a bond usually with the guru, with the teacher. And so if the element of respect and reverence isn't there, it's difficult to see. When you show a lot of respect to the teacher, then the teacher feels comfortable that he or she can just be themselves. And sometimes if they have to scold you, they scold you or whatever. So they don't have to feel all paranoid, like, oh, if I scold the student, they're going to get mad. You know, it's sort of, it's something that what is the word, like implicit or whatever, you know, it's just known that, okay, when you have a guru and you respect them, you have reverence for them, you know, sometimes they might get a little impatient and they might scold you, and that's fine, because what they're giving you is of such great value that a little scolding shouldn't, you know, like upset you or anything. So I think that, you know, when that little bit of humility is there, then the teacher is also inspired to really give you so much. Because, I mean, if you just have a teacher that you just pay and you don't really have the reverence, you know, that deep relationship isn't there, you know. But when you have that reverence and the love and the humility, the teacher will go out of their way to give you that extra knowledge or whatever. And I think in the case of like music and stuff, that's so important, you know, because I mean, even the short time that I was a student, only for like a year or something, before I realized that, you know, there's no way I could actually really go further because the theory was too daunting for me. Because it takes a lot of left brain. And that's the thing with that kind of music, is that it challenges both right brain and left brain. So, and I think I only have a right brain. I don't think I have a left brain. But anyways, Stone G won't like me saying that. But anyways, long story short, yeah, so I think that's why they made the culture that way, is that, you know, show your teacher a lot of reverence, because they're going to give you shortcuts and secrets that you wouldn't otherwise get if you did not show the reverence and the respect and the love. You know, and yeah, so it makes a very smooth relationship when you show respect and reverence to your teacher, because then the teacher doesn't have to worry about any negative reactions from you, you know, and they can really be more effective as a teacher. Yeah, anyway, so that's the way it goes.
Wow. It sounds to me like you've had a fairly painful educational path here and there. Like, holy moly.
And long story long, she just said all that as if any of us had any clue about a raga or a teacher-student relationship in India, as if she wasn't just teaching us all about all of that. So that's kind of
Is that Lily
not.
G?
Yeah, Lily G just said all that. And we start calling her Miss Lily G if I'm gonna be driving her around and shit.
That's why she's our ambassador.
Yeah, so you can't say that you are not a teacher when we just learned all of that. And so you gotta, I get that you're being humble, but knock it off.
Well, you know what? Honestly, like, my only goal is to just really be a really, really good Flat Earth ambassador and really try to create that kind of web of love and acceptance and truth and everything good. Like, sometimes I feel like I'm kind of like the mom, you know, and I want to just like, and all of the whole Flat Earth community are like my children or something. And I just want everybody to just bond with each other in a way that a mother would love to see all her children bond as siblings or whatever, you know? So, yeah. I think the only thing really that I can give myself credit for is that I do have a lot of love in my heart for humanity. You know, that I can say with honesty.
Hey, I got a question for Plocky, if that's how you say your name. I don't even know.
Big Plocky.
Big Plocky.
You can say Dominic. It's okay.
Listen, Plocky.
Big
I got a question
Big
for
Dominic.
you. So Are you also the one that's now doing the ether cause, the check, what is that I'm seeing, Alan? Is that the same dude, the
Yes, sir.
podcast stuff?
The check
So
Witsit.
The debate monster.
So I see people in there like all day long now. Is that right? For the
Yes,
check
sir.
stuff?
He is the Czech Pied Piper of Flat Earth. Yes, he is.
Dude, that is so awesome. So what are some of the things that you run up against the most? Like, are you getting Globers in that space, or is it just basically all like-minded people?
It's I'm blushing a little bit for first, but it's similar to what you guys have. It's like insanely same. Like I even I would even like go to, if I would be crazy conspiracy, I would even say that it's like some kind of plan or whatever. It's we have the same anti-flares. We had the same people that they are stalking us. I have the same issue as Witsit. I'm like the most hated guy in Czech and Slovakia. Like they can't stand me. Like they hate me so much. Like every video, every single topic I do, they always like come and try to bash me and try to lie about me and try to like point me with some shady shit that is beside of flat earth, so they can like trash me down. So we have like the same shit as you do, but what is like super for me, or what I love it, is how quickly we built this community, because like we didn't accept we didn't thought that when we start this side brand of Ethercosmology in Czech and Slovakia, we didn't thought that would be like so quickly that so many people would join, and so many people would be interested into helping us. Right now we have a IT guy. He's on our Discord, Tatko Smola, and he got like 16 or 17 years in IT backgrounds. He's like programming the whole website for us and everything. He's like the old school programmer that is writing everything for himself. No like ads or bots or things like that. He's like doing everything by himself, and we are building a community that we want. Our goal is to like make ether cosmology in Europe, like not only Czech and Slovakia, but do like Europe brands that would like connect with US brand. It would be like one big community, because from my stance is that the only chance to change anything in this realm is to like connect and start to be heard, and only with numbers our community and our power grows. So that's what I'm trying to do, and it's starting to like do a splash, and in mainstream they are like watching us, they are writing about us. It's on good way to change the things, I think. So it's same as you do. It's same as you guys have it. It's crazy how it's same it is.
Put all that into a 2-column analysis. Everything Dominic just said there, of course, is the effect. That's all going into the effect column. What Dominic didn't really cover there was the cause. And the cause is the fact that Dominic tears through globies like an angry baby tears through a wet napkin. All right?
Straight smashes them, bro. It's so bad that they implement the same stuff where they'll like I went to his channel and like was reading through the comments, right, and was translating them, and you'll see like people are just using ChatGPT copy paste to like leave comments for, you know, to make it appear that like, you know, he was wrong about XYZ, and it's so crazy, dude. It's like the exact same thing that we deal with over here, where it's just like, oh, you know what, this chat bot will definitely take care of it, and it's like, what is your purpose here? You know, like it's so crazy to see that there's really nothing to stop this other than social shame and people's blind adherence to a system that's dead and they just don't know it.
That's ego, baby.
That is so awesome to hear, though, and the fact that you said that you got people stalking and leaving all these twisted comments and trying to lie about you. That's how you know you're doing the right thing. That's how you know you're on the right path, because I don't know, there's something about truth that we don't like it, especially when it calls things out. I mean, that's how we ended up in this situation that we're in. And I think it's so great that you have the mindset to unify the communities. And dude, kudos to you. That is so awesome. And if there's anything I can ever do to help out, please hit me up. I would love to, because that's incredible. And I know that there are plenty of people on that side of the world that, and even in South America, right, Stone? I mean, isn't it something like in Brazil, there's all kinds of flat earthers and stuff that are going, like flat earth
Oh yeah,
events.
especially in Brazil, huge contingent there.
I've heard. And that's so awesome, because if we can unite under that, banner of truth and get out from this whole thing, it'd be wonderful to see and to be able to raise our children in that. So yeah, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad that you're here. It's an honor for sure.
Thank you.
Plucky,
Thank you very much.
Plucky, tell your Czech friends and enemies that the best of the best flat earthers in USA love you.
I love you too. Thank you, guys. They actually like our Czech anti-flares and Slovakia anti-flares are slowly getting know Alan and Shane. And I would say they will hate them as much as hate me, because the way how they smash them in the Discord, it's so funny, because they are used to argue with me, but I can honestly say that my level is like, I don't know, maybe like 7th grade, 8th grade, and Alan and Shane are like maybe 15th grade or whatever. Like they are way above me, so it's like funny to see when they are talking with them, and it's exactly as Alan said, they are using ChatGPT to like even keep with us the debate. And if you like realize that ChatGPT intelligent coefficient is about 200, so they need like 200 IQ to talk with us about flat Earth, which is super funny when you realize this. And there's definitely a big way to help us. We are building like this new web design from the scratch. And it will be like something like a blog, something like a Obsidian database. It will be implemented all this stuff in the one page. It will be like super secure. And the thought about this is that it will be like in the Czech, in Slovakia, even in English, and later in Poland, German, and we would like want to start to expand in all over Europe and try to connect us all together. So that's like that's why we are doing ethercosmology.eu. AU, I hope I said it right. Yeah, AU.
Shout out to the Czech EtherCos lads.
Is the American, USA Flat Earth movement, is it kind of like the biggest one in the world right now? I wonder.
I think the Brazilians got us beat.
Yeah, I think you have the most information. I think in USA the debate and the level of the debates are like the highest. But on the other part, I think that you don't have like so many flat earthers and such a big community to compare it to how big USA is and stuff like that. In for example, in Slovakia, there's like 25% of flat earthers in the whole republic. So there's like I don't know, maybe like 1.5 million flat earthers in Slovakia, which is insane if you think about it.
That's a good start. But yeah, you're right. People don't really have a good grip on how large a country Brazil is. And that, it's just sheer numbers there.
We actually want to do next year. We are planning to do like a big flat Earth flat Earth meeting or festival, something like you have that Flat Oberfest and stuff like that. And we would definitely want to try to invite one of you guys to come, and we would definitely pay all expenses and stuff like that. So we would definitely try to do some big event and with somebody from abroad. That would be amazing. Like next year, not today.
I would love to see an
but next year,
international
something like that.
Wouldn't that be excellent if we saw an international FE convention? I think we should look up the building where the WEF do their thing and just rent their place.
Yes.
And invite, all those draconians to come and see, hey, you can't be a robot polisher, but you can be a flat earther. So you should come to the convention. Let's see if Klaus will pick up the invite. That'll be awesome.
Okay, I think I am not hearing everybody, so I will reconnect.
Oh no, I wasted a good joke. Damn.
Oh man, that was fire too. Yeah, you missed Stone's joke.
So they're the guys
we appreciate it.
What's that?
So they're the guys in Ether Cause that are down at the bottom. I can't read their names. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't see D down there. Who else you talking about?
I have no idea.
No, just a couple times I've been in Ether Cause, and you got the Mount Wilson Observatory.
Oh, yeah.
Scroll down.
Yeah, those are the Czech lads.
Okay. I was wondering who those people were. I was like, I can't read none of those names. I'm sure I can't speak the language.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. But also to the point, I think there's a lot of a lot of people in London and Europe area, because when Dave was on Jim Brewer, he kind of pointed out all the blue dots that he's got, and I know that you have people like Dave Murphy, also Flat Earth British. What's that guy's name? I always forget it. He was in
Allegedly
the level.
Dave?
Well, allegedly Dave. That's Dave Murphy. But then there's Flat Earth British Martin Leedke. That's his name. He's in the level with me. He's still doing Flat Earth. He has kind of moved into old world stuff a little bit, but Joe Monroe, who is just a basic, well, not, I don't want to say basic. He is a tattoo artist, and he was on a podcast and does an incredible job talking about Flat Earth. So I know that England has quite a few as well. And I know that they've come, allegedly Dave has come and spoke. I want to say he was at last year's Flattoberfest in Vegas, but I might be wrong. Might have been a different event, but yeah, Martin Leedke's come over with and done some stuff with the guy from Archaics, which again, that's old world stuff, but they had him in the Level With Me movies, or the Level movies, Sean Hibbler. And yeah, I mean, it could definitely happen. Brazil would be cool, though.
Hot.
Czechtoberfest next year, boys.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan,
you got to make it in Davos.
Are you going to go to the Czech Republic, Alan?
I suppose I'll have to.
Sounds like a terrible free trip.
You will have a royal trip to Czech and Slovakia, definitely.
He's gonna come back with 3 Czech wives, dude.
Full concubine or whatever.
And we have a great beer, guys. We have a great beer.
They all say that.
Oh yeah, by the time Stone and Shane and Alan and Whitson and all they're old men, the Einstein and all these other old timers, they'll be forgotten, and then these will be the new Einsteins and Copernicuses and all the new people.
like just imagine this scenario where we like be able to get this information to public, everybody acknowledged us. Lilian is right, you would be like guys, the new Einsteins, and it would be like new ether stars. Just imagine if like this actually would happen, that there will be nobody with more experience than you guys about ether. So she's right.
Just imagine they'll be dropping our names. All right.
You know,
Be
I think
known as the Ether Lads.
by God's grace, I think
Yes.
somehow money, by God's grace, somehow money is going to show up and we'll be able to do all these things like having conferences and stuff, you know? I'll ask those guys in the black suits to give me more money.
Yeah, if we could just get some sponsorship from a few international bankers to subvert our movement, that would be super dope.
You know, I think honestly, all it's going to take is like a flip. You never know. Because I think if enough of the public starts waking up, people are going to want to just join the winning group. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a matter of time before we start getting all kinds of like sponsorship and, you know, money flowing in. We just have to keep putting one foot, you know, in front of the other for now and just keep going. And things will all fall into place at the right time. I just feel that in my bones. I really do.
Well, speaking of going, I think it's about my time. It's a little after 2 a.m. here. So we're going to pack it in for the night.
Wait, Stone, hold up. Before you go, we got
Yeah.
a special guest. He's going to say what up.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Presidente!
Yeah,
¿Cómo está?
dude.
¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal?
Meeting so many
Hello.
great people. Hey.
Dude, we've been talking about Czechoslovakia. Plocky's been...
Oh.
He's the one that's in either
Dude,
cause.
No Globe is the Czech Witsit.
Yeah, he's getting attacked. He was telling us how he gets he's got lies being rumors spread about
really?
him. Oh yeah,
They're
all
always
kinds of
gonna hate.
awesome. Yeah.
I just got back from a mission. I left. Okay, so did you tell them?
What? No.
All right, so we flew into CLT, which is Charlotte, and then that was our layover, and then we flew from there to here, which was only a 20-minute flight, but it's like an hour drive. And I got the car, the Turo, and I drove back to the airport that my layover was at just now to pick up somebody whose flight was canceled. Her name's Carol, to drive her back here. So like it's 1-something in the morning. But yeah, I'm gonna jump on my phone and we can chat.
Dude, you're awesome, JT. Shout out to Carol and ensuring her safe delivery.
Yeah,
man. That's hella cool.
It was great.
Dude, this dude is a beast. He was planning on picking up another dude. So he was driving all the way back from the airport that we got laid over on. Like, dude, it's in North Carolina. It's in another state. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it. It's no problem. Then I'll pick this other person up at 10:30. Like, dude, just goes and goes, man. Service.
Okay, last thing, I'm going to drop the mic. Yeah, but I use Turo. I've told you guys before. Turo.com lets you, like, basically rent other people's cars. I mean, most of the time they have a fleet of cars. It's not their actual personal vehicle. But I was able to rent Infiniti Q60 twin turbo V6. It's, like, amazing.
He was driving it in the rain
today.
Yeah, dude. He was driving it in the rain today, and I swear to God, the back end was out in front of us for about 4 seconds.
No.
That's not true, but it has been fun. If any of you are in the South Carolina area, you got to come down. It's going to be rad.
But I want to hear more about this attack, dude. If y'all want to give me the brief. What's actually going on with No Globe?
Oh, Plocky, did he drop? Oh, he's got a mic, yeah.
Oh, he's got a mic. Plocky, what's going on, man?
Yeah, it's like we had this big debate with that Czech astronaut Remek, and it went great for us. But there was that moment when we were arguing about gravity and the shape of the Earth. And out of nowhere, he asked me about buoyancy, and I told him the buoyancy, but he meant aerodynamic buoyancy. And they cut this shit out. So it from the for public, it doesn't seems like he's asking about the buoyancy, but for public it seems that he's asking about aerodynamic buoyancy, if I'm saying right in English. And they cut it out to make look me bad a little bit. And that's the only thing that they are like talking about. The whole mainstream is talking about I am not able to like say what is buoyancy, but they are trying to like hide everything else that went in this debate. And it's like a whole mainstream, like everyone is doing videos about me. Everyone is doing videos how flat earth is stupid and we shouldn't talk to them, and they are trying to like ignore everything that we told there, every fact. So we talked there about Challenger accident and stuff like that, and they are trying to like hide everything, and they are just trying to like we shouldn't talk to flat earthers and stuff like that. But they are doing like new videos. Like the flat earth, like in Czech, is plochá země, and this word is like the most searched word in the whole Czech Republic for the last week or something like that. So it's really insane. We had like maybe 2 million or 3 million views if we like take all these videos that everyone did. So it's like really huge splash, like super huge splash. Something this big never happened in Czech or Slovakia. We had this one debate with some other guy like 5 years back with the mainstream, and that was big, but it was nothing to compare what is happening right now. I have like 10 hundreds message every day. There are like some of the message are like really nice, but most of them like are super hateful, and they are like so pissed off. But I'm like super fine with it. I don't care, because when I start with this, I said I am like super okay to be the bad guy if we will make some change. So I have no issue to be hated if I'm doing like the good thing. I super don't care. So that's the way when I started this, I said to myself, I am okay to be like hated and to be like the most outcast from whole society, because I know I'm doing the right thing, and this is actually like I take it like a win. I don't care that they are like trying to smear us, hate us, whatever, because I know that this is the way. Because if we want to get this information to the mainstream, it's they won't like it, this information, so they will try to look us bad and stupid and stuff like that. But we are winning, because if they don't have anything else, then like to lie about us and make fun of us, that's all they got, and that's a win for me and win for us. So we are doing actually great.
I see a bigger opportunity here based on what you just said, that you might choose to litigate and sue them for misrepresentation as a private citizen. And if you'd like some assistance with that, by all means, look me up.
Man, thanks for sharing all that. You know what? The truth is way more powerful than lies and deception. And anybody that looks at your channel and looks at your content and looks at your passion that you put behind, everything that you're doing, they're going to see what you're actually bringing. It's just like Witsit. I mean, you are like the Czech Witsit, because he brings, with pure intentions and pure heart, the best he can find about this realm we live in. And all they do is gaslight him, and they just hate him, and they just call him a grifter and a liar. But you know what? We know better than that. So maybe their plan to throw you under the bus or make you look bad or make you look stupid is going to backfire on them, because more people are going to look at the topic, more people are going to see who actually is being ridiculous, more people are waking up. So I'm proud of you. The very last thing you did was laugh, and that's what we all got to do right now.
Imagine the possibilities and the publicity that would precipitate out of you putting a legal case against them. What an opportunity. Anyways, gotta go, boys. Talk to y'all soon.
Later, Stone.
Good night. Thank you, Stone.
Good night,
you.
Stonji. I mean, good night, Stonji.
So hey, on to that as well, like any publicity is good publicity, even if they're smearing you. People are smart enough to see through that. And also, don't underestimate the power of sex sells. So if you got to do one shirtless, you know, you look like you're a tough guy, you know, like just get it out there. You could do it, Flocky. I believe in you. You know?
Or flexing
But
on cam, like, oh, did you guys
yeah,
hear
dude.
about Michelson? Oh, check out these tracks real quick.
You're like, if gravity's real, how am I holding up all these fucking guns, dude? Like,
yes, do
Dude.
that.
Yeah, Plucky, you cannot lose, you know, and I'm so glad that you have the fortitude and the courage to just say, I don't care what they throw at me, I'm going to keep going. Because honestly, like everyone was saying, there is no bad publicity. And this is just going to keep getting more attention to you. All their lies and their negative stuff, you know, I think people are going to see right through it, and it's going to get you more attention. So I think at this point, these Globers, no matter what they do, it's just everything is working in our favor. It's everything's just getting more attention to us. You know, more people are looking into it. They see through the BS. So yeah, don't give up.
How could I be holding up these guns? Dude, you have to use that in debate from now on. That has to be your opener. 100%.
Yeah, like
Go ahead.
Yeah, just what Lily said. It's 100% true, and that's why I ask Alan and Shane if we can connect, because I see the opportunity in this, because in Czech and Slovakia we don't have many big names or any scientists with a degree that would back this stuff that we are presenting. But you guys got all this stuff. You got Robert Bennett, which is PhD with the most living person with experience in this field. So that's the why I want to take all your information and everything you did and translate it and smear it in their face. So we want to build this ether cosmology brand, and when we upload enough information on that site, and it will be little bit better known, then we will start doing reactions to this public videos, and then we will make them to come to Ether Cosmology and look to other videos, because they will be mad to us so that we did a video on them, and they will come to the Ether Cosmology and they will start looking, and they will see it's not only me, but it's other people's, and it's PhDs and stuff like that, and that will be a dead blow for them. So I want to translate so many information, so many stuff to them, and then start doing reactions to them, starting to taunt them to look for this information, come to our channel, and that's what we want to do. So I'm taking this 100% for this, that this big publicity I see as opportunity for us. So I'm I love it. Honestly, I love it that we were able to get this public attention, and now we just have to harness it and use it in our advantage and our favor. And what Stone said about this public trial, something like that, I'm actually thinking about it, but before we do that, we need have enough information, translate it and back it up. So then we will go to the court, and my idea is to in this court talk about not the shape but the movement. I want to do big court that I'm standing for geocentricity or geostationary, and I want to try to get Michelson-Morley and Dayton Miller and stuff like that to the court and to the public through that court. So I'm thinking about it. I think it's a good idea.
I want all of you to know. Wait, sorry to cut you off, but I want all of you to know that while Plocky was saying all of that, JT is running in the hotel. He's running in the room right now. This dude doesn't stop. He is literally running.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Plucky, I wanted to just share something silly and funny with you. Well, whatever, it's not silly or funny, but maybe you're too young, but did you ever hear of this one Oscar-winning Czech film director, Milos Forman?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he was a buddy
Yeah.
of mine. I'll
Wow.
yeah, I'll post something. I'll post something related to him. I don't have any photos with him, sadly, but he wrote a really nice a little comment for me a long time ago. So I'll post it, and then I'll tag you for it. Yeah, he was my buddy. He was so witty. Oh my God! Like, I think he's one of the wittiest guys that I've ever met. And I was like, wow, are all Czech men as witty as you are? But we had some really fun times together. He flew me out to New York and Connecticut to his home, and then he flew me out to San Francisco another time. There was like a festival of different, what's it called, Central European film directors, so yeah, he was so gracious to me, really, really a wonderful guy, yeah. So he left me with a very good impression of Czech people and Czech men in general, I think. But I'll tag you when I post this little thing that he written for me.
Wow, I love it. What a small realm that we live in. It's amazing.
Yeah, I met him when I was living in the Los Angeles area.
What up, young Piezo?
Sup, man? So, yo, Alan, have you had a chance on a space on a Friday or anywhere on Twitter to break down the Faraday unipolar induction paradox?
No, I have not. I'm not as well versed on it as I would like to be. I just found that analysis from AI Kelly apparently could have sworn it was AG, but
Al.
now, but no, it's not. Dude, it's not even. What? Okay, I'm freaking out. But anyway, this Kelly guy. Anyway, he has that crazy in-depth analysis and different experiments for it. So I was gonna, master that before I move forward with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got the plenum guy from YouTube who has his own version of the experiment, and you have the second video he made breaking down the historical experiments, discussing it, where they basically used the equivalent of was basically like electron interferometry. But I mean, it's well known that it even has a Wikipedia page, and
it's crazy.
it wouldn't be called a paradox still if it was solved.
Right. They're just like, oh, you know what? It's a paradox. Oh, the twin paradox. Yeah, dude.
Hey guys, if you are here, all here, I have a question. Maybe I already talked about it, but could we be able, like a community, recreate experiment that such of Dayton Miller did? Like, if we get the money and the sponsor, would we be able to do something like that? Like, I think we need something like that. Definitely, I think we need something like that, and it would be everything we need to make it public and have something to back it up.
Well,
So,
Plochi, you probably are aware. I'm assuming that's why you mentioned it, but for everybody who's not, the Dayton Miller data, like the OG original Dayton Miller data, is like stricken from the public record. Like, you can't. I'm not saying it doesn't exist anymore, but you definitely cannot easily find it. You can find references to it from other scientists ever since like the 1960s who have used the data set and analyzed it and written conclusions from it, but the actual data set of Dayton Miller himself, for some reason, is very hard to find. If you find it, please let us know. I'm sure there will be plenty of people that would be willing to pay whatever printing fees or access fees or whatever fees there are to get it. But Alan, do you remember where the because Maurice Elias had it? Do you remember where he got it from, or that other guy that analyzed it? I know there was a second one.
Yeah, Demio. Yeah, they would have got it from
Yeah.
Case Physics School. That's where it's at right now. We currently are looking into a way to get access to it, if it's still there.
Okay.
So, because
Okay.
what was it at the end of the story or whatever? I think Miller gave everything to Shankland, which is obviously a mistake because Shankland is one that was knifing him in the back. But yeah, he gave all of it to Shankland, and then Shankland did whatever he did with it.
Yeah. Okay. But it's wild that like didn't Dayton Miller like write books or like anything like that? Like it's so weird that he did all that and published like
Yeah,
wrote
he
about his
just
findings but
yeah
didn't
he
write anything.
yeah he just published his stuff on it, and then he kept getting ignored basically, and like nobody would actually address his work. Yeah, like him, Michelson, and Morley had a public debate one time where they were just all on stage and they were like, anyone who wants to question our work or defend relativity theory, we'll take all challengers. And I don't remember what happened that night, but obviously it was legendary. And yeah, that's what inspired me to get into like debating it and stuff. It was like, they were like, does anyone want to defend this? Can anyone attack our work? It's like when the men were on stage, nobody could do it. They had to wait until they all died, and then 14 years later, Shanklin stabbed him in the back. Dug him up from his grave to stab him in the back, bro. But while they were
Waited till he
alive,
was dead.
while they were alive, no man on this fucking earth could defend relativity or claim that their measurements were in air. And that's powerful.
Yeah, that's you have to wait until someone's dead to talk about their stuff and how bad you think it is, but for decades while they're alive, you can't say stuff to their face or publicly decry them. Okay. Einstein wouldn't talk about it, wanted to act like it didn't exist, except for in private letters to people where he talked about if it's true, then my entire theory collapses like a house of cards. Don't tell anybody I said that, by the way. Like,
actually, I think he published that in a paper, like in the actual paper, as like a reply or whatever, because there was some news clippings, where it was like a picture of Miller and then a quote about how he just is dunking all over relativity theory with his measurements and stuff, and then there was like a quote from Einstein where he said that. So like that one was public record, but yeah, he never actually attempted to address it himself, Einstein, other than saying, oh, if his measurements aren't in air, then my house of cards is over. And that's why nobody could defend it. Nobody could take him on. Nobody could say anything about anything. It's like, okay, experimental air that persisted for 30 years and gives a periodicity corresponding to the sky. Like, all
yeah,
right,
in
dude.
multiple interferometers in the original Michelson-Morley interferometer and the extra awesome one he built on top of Mount Wilson.
Right. He built like 3. He was doing controls with one that he had in a basement, and even that was still measuring a periodicity, and he had to do specific things to give a actual null result.
Yeah. They're so cooked, bro. Plochi, I don't know if you have heard it yet, because Alan hasn't presented on it and no one's really given a pres. We just like kind of talked about it and discussed it and stuff. But like there's this thing called the Faraday induction paradox, or the Faraday paradox. I mean, it's got a Wikipedia page. But basically it proves there's an absolute space, that Einsteinian relativity doesn't actually apply to Maxwell's equations. It can't, because you've got a magnet ring, you got a copper ring. They're sitting on top of each other, and they're attached to a post. And so basically, like, it's a dipole, right, going up through the top and then out around and then up again from the bottom. But it's just only the top half of that, like toroid it produces, only the top half of the pole is actually interacting with the copper ring. So what happens is relativity predicts that any relative motion between the magnet ring and the copper ring will produce a current or a voltage, right? And So they have it hooked up to an oscilloscope. But if there's no relative motion between them, there shouldn't be any current produced. And so they spin, like the magnet sitting stationary, they spin the copper ring, boom, voltage pops up. Makes perfect sense. Then they spin the magnet ring, and you expect the voltage to pop up. Nothing happens. When you spin when you leave the conductor sitting stationary and you spin the magnet ring, there is no current produced. And then they spin both of them uniformly together at the same time, like they're stuck together and they just spin together. You also expect no current to be produced, but bam, it produces a current. So there's two paradoxical cases. When you expect the current to be produced, it doesn't make one, and when you don't expect the current to be produced, it does make one. And what it shows is that it's not actually the motion of the conductor and magnet with respect to one another. Because in Einstein's theory, right, like the magnetic lines of force follow the magnet, right? So when the magnet moves, then the magnetic lines of force move, and that's what crosses the conductor. But actually, instead, what it shows is that the axis of symmetry of the magnet, it produces a magnetic field, and that magnetic field is not like attached to the magnet per se, but it's attached to the absolute space around the magnet, because when you spin the magnet, even though the magnet's moving, its axis of symmetry is not moving, and so the magnetic field remains the same within absolute space. And so that's why when you spin the magnet, it doesn't produce a current, because the magnetic field is not moving. When you move the conductor, when you spin the conductor, it's moving through that field, so of course it produces a current. But when you move the conductor and the magnet together, it's still the same as just the conductor spinning by itself, because the magnetic field isn't changing. And so it defies the predictions of relativity. It shows that it's actually in reference to a fixed coordinate system that the conductor's motion produces a current. And that fixed coordinate system, of course, is related. There's a magnetic field being produced by the magnet inside that fixed coordinate system. And so it's just, yeah, it's a direct proof of absolute space.
Yeah, I put it up in the jumbo, and I tagged you on Discord, Dom, in the check channel with all the links to the videos that PZO was just describing.
Wow, that's super cool.
Yeah, and they do several different setups, and they've been several different historical setups as well. But the Plenum guy does a couple. He even does one where he puts the battery, like the power source, on the device itself as well. So like when he spins it, even the source from which the current is coming is also co-rotating. So that, like, no one can even claim that, like, oh, well, like, you know, the spinning was cutting some kind of electric field line from where the current was coming to power this. Like, no. You can even put the battery on the rotating disc, and it'll still do it.
Okay, I think that's something we should recreate as well. I have like a guy that is able to sponsor us if we do some experiment that would be like decisive in the way to are we moving or not, are we globe or not, and if we are able to present such experiment, he would pay for it. So
okay, well, here's the thing. We've got Faraday's induction paradox, right? It shows us that if you imagine the Earth is the ring magnet, right? When the ring magnet spins, the symmetry of the axis going through the pole in the middle doesn't change. So like the spinning magnet doesn't produce a current, but the spinning conductor does. That means that Earth's magnetic field, as Earth spins, remains the same, right? Like the axis of symmetry is the same. So in the fixed coordinate system, the magnetic field is the same. But all the conductors on the surface of the Earth, as they spin around through that fixed magnetic field coordinate system, should be producing currents. So if Earth is spinning, then all the conductors on the Earth should be registering currents as they move through the magnetic field it's producing.
yeah, so Earth is actually one big experiment.
Bro, you know they actually tried to use Earth's orbital velocity to do some induction experiment in the 1800s, and it failed too. Lorentz was like, "Oh, you know what? It gets canceled out in the first order by Earth's electric field." Like he just dude, they're such clowns, bro. I was going deep on the history of these from this paper from a guy named Wilhelm Wellum in the 1800s, and he was like, "Boys, we got a big issue here. Why are all these experiments giving nulls?" And he just lists them off, and like I was going through them all because I'm familiar with like half of them, but the ones that I'm not, I was getting acquainted with, and I about died laughing when they tried to do some induction stuff with Earth's velocity with respect to the stationary ether and all that, and they're like,
Oh
why
my
isn't
gosh.
it working?
Like, why isn't all the metal on Earth just charged all the time? Dude, I didn't even think of that until just now. I was talking about it. I literally just like, hold on a second, wait a second,
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, he doesn't even know they tried it. That's hilarious.
dude. Wow. Hey, Taylor's got her has got her hand up. Maybe someone can bring her up, and then
I've been trying to give her a mic for a hot minute. I don't know if it's like a phantom hand or not, because there's some hands up that are just perpetually up. So I don't know if it's even I don't even know if she's even really there, bro.
Yeah. All right. Well, Laylee and Xavier too.
Yeah, those are phantom hands.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I got a question. Maybe Plucky might have an answer. Like, I don't know, just being in the vicinity, do you know of any like Russian scientists or anything from history that have done any kind of experiments or any kind of have any evidence towards flat Earth? You know, because I know that they had the cosmonaut program and everything like that, and then you have Polish cosmonaut coming out and saying that the Earth was flat. I mean, I don't know how many years ago that was, but I was just wondering if you know of any experiments like that, because I know that they have a huge scientific, program, right?
Yeah. From my point of view, or how I see Russia, Russia is like Zionist as well. Like they control as well as Russia, from what I see, as well as the USA, as well as Europe and all of that. So I never heard about like some decisive flat Earth experiment in Russia, and about the space program, like they push it super hard on Russia and on us. Like when we were Czechoslovakia back then, that's why they sent this guy that I talk in this debate, this Remek. He's called Remek, Vladimir Remek, and he's Czechoslovakia first astronaut. So they took him to the quote unquote space, and he was in this homeless shelter, and he was reading from the text, and he was saying, I'm grateful for this opportunity to all is communist Russia, or how you say it in English. It's so funny. Like they are pushing it super hard as well. And what I would say is like maybe in Russia they have like scientists that are interested in ether, but Alan and Shane knows that, and they got their stuff. So I have a friend in Ukraine, and he's like trying to spark interest in different groups in Ukraine, and like he's translating stuff that we translate to Czech from Alan and Shane. He's translating to the Ukraine. So we are trying to spread information there as well, but I don't have anything like significant about a place where we live in some experiment way in Russia. Don't know anything about that.
I wonder if there's a flat Earth movement in Russia at all.
It is for sure. They got like they are super big on Telegram. They use like Telegram a lot, and there's a lot of stuff about flat Earth on Telegram, and they have a lot of stuff about old world as well. So they got information as well, for sure.
Well, sorry if that was a dead end question then.
No, it's fine. Back to my idea with replicating Daytona. I was like more thinking like we need some experiment that was something like the Bob Nozzle did, and just do it better.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
like my.
it would be awesome if we had a fiber optic gyro, right? Like the one that we could unwind ourselves and do like an L-shaped configuration that's symmetrical, so we could just basically show that the periodicity that's measured, right, is still the same, and then like do different configurations with it where it's just making the same measurement. I think that'd be awesome. And then we could do
Put
it
into a big square.
Yeah, and then we could do them at altitude as well, and see what kind of variances we get. That way we can confirm Galev's work and stuff too, and just add to that, because there's really no one, dude. Like I spent like 3 hours last night looking for refutations from the mainstream on Galev, or just like anyone that continued the work or tried to pick it up, and I can't find anything on it. It's like this guy did this work and then died essentially. I think there was like a war or whatever that had happened, and then he went missing after that and was never heard from again, so we assume he died during that. But yeah, it would be awesome to supplement that data set with our own stuff, and it would just take like a fiber optic cable really that we could do ourselves, because like having an INS system itself, it's already programmed with a bunch of stuff. It's not optimal for what we would need it for. But yeah, we could definitely do it, man. And it probably wouldn't even be that expensive with modern stuff.
Dude, if you could if there was a way that you could basically like wrap it around a square and then do another configuration where you just wrap it around like half of the square, like cut the square into a right triangle or whatever, but then like double it back on itself, so it's just like an L shape, like you were talking about, like a square, like a even L shape.
Yep.
And it's like except for the parts on the ends where it curves around to double back, like the entire thing is just straight lines. Like what. It's going to produce the same results as it does in any configuration, because a closed loop is a closed loop. But you could, you're starting to get like towards Wang territory at that point. I don't know. I mean, a replication of, dude, I know what you could do. You could, dang. You know how Wang made his patent?
Yeah.
It's literally just a closed loop interferometer with. Yeah, it's literally just a
closed. Reproduce the patent.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just all it is it's a closed loop, right? But it takes measurements at separate different points, right? Like figure out a way to take those same measurements at those same points in the diagram that he does, because he has the standing wave chamber that the light comes out of, and as it exits the resonant, like the standing wave resonant cavity, he measures the phase on each side, and that's what he uses as the baseline to compare at the end on both ends of the loop, because it loops around in two different directions or whatever, and he subtracts the difference from beginning to end on one path, and the difference in beginning to end on the other path, and then he subtracts and then he takes the difference of those two paths from each other, and that overall difference between the two paths is the fringes he uses that's proportional to the velocity. So you would basically need to be able to measure it like at two different points within the loop.
Guys, we like definitely need to like plan it and finance it and do it and clip it and share it all over this realm.
Yeah, dude, I forgot you have a financier or whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna have Stone take a look at the patent and see like what a rough estimate would be to reproduce that.
yeah, then we like put it on the paper, and then I can ask this this sponsor, and I'm okay even like what is like different in the way I do it. I didn't like take a dime for what I'm doing for this all the time, so I don't have any coffee, any monetization on YouTube. I don't have anything. So everybody knows I'm doing like 100% everything for free, and they hate it. They hate it so much. That's what I'm like doing differently. And so the way I'm doing it, if I would be like presented this to the public and ask for the money, they would everybody in Czechoslovakia that is like following me, he would give me money on it, because like they know that I didn't ask for a single penny for the whole time. So that's why I want to do this. I want to do something big that would be like super huge, and I think this is the group, and we are the community that is able to do it. And even with like Robert Bennett, he can like even write some like I don't know, review for it or something like that. It would be like great if we do something like that, guys. I think we like need to do it.
Wango, dude, definitely reproduce the Wango 8 patent. And then all you have to do is be able to build this, like the assembly that you make. I mean, it wouldn't be a large one. It'd be fairly small, but it'd have to be precisely made. But just put it on a table, like a table with wheels, like a rectangular table with 4 wheels or whatever, and then just push the table in a straight line across the room and measure the velocity, like with just a regular device that measures velocity, and then with that and compare them and be like, oh, look here, it works. I think that would be, because so many people, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would do nothing different than what he did in the lab, but it's like that's like people's crazy criticism, right? Is oh well, we have no proof that the patent works. It's like, oh yeah, that conversation I had on here like last Friday with dude. It's like, oh well, I'm not talking about the patent. I'm talking about the the device in the lab, which is the patent is just a replication of. But I mean, if we made our own, it'd be, that's I think the coolest thing that you could probably make. Personal opinion.
Agreed. We should definitely, yeah, dude. I'm super pumped for that now.
It's like I think it's like the next level. I think this is like stepping up with the game, and then like then we can like do anything, even like what Stone said. Then we can like take it to the court and like start to like argue in the court, and this way we can like make it more public and more public. Like I would do crazy things if we had it like experiment like that.
Yeah, I would say that to build his device, you'd need a decent amount of precision equipment. Like you'd have to actually have some professionals help you to build it. You're not going to be able to build that in your garage, because making a closed loop interferometer is pretty, like it's a pretty big task. You have to have specialized equipment. So you'd have to find, and I mean, I'm sure you'd find labs that could do it, but like you'd have to find, some business, some lab that just, does lab things, that specializes in optics, that would be willing to like build the device for you. Because I mean, you need.
I bet we could get Tapioca Weasel to help out. He literally builds interferometers for a living, he said.
Oh, you're right, dude.
Like,
He
dude,
does.
Like, dude, we could get some crazy technical assistance on this. That would be super awesome.
If he doesn't cog this out of his own mind and say, I can't help you with it or something. I don't know. But
that would be extremely shameful.
Yeah, we should ask him for sure.
Hey, Alan G., if you do end up going to Czechoslovakia, I think you should take the ambassador with you for sure. And yeah.
I'll see if that's in the budget.
Okay. And yeah, and Plucky, I just tagged you in a little post that I made, because I don't know how to post it over here, but if you check your notifications, you'll see what Milos said about me. Yeah, you know what? I guess I never told you guys, right? Like I make these potions with flower oils and stuff like that. And man, my friends forever have been telling me, you're sitting on a gold mine, you're sitting on a gold mine, because these are all like really beautiful, all botanical, natural, aromatherapy based, like they're anti-wrinkle and anti-aging stuff. It just makes the hair beautiful and the skin beautiful. Anyways, they've been telling me that, but I just don't know how to market. It's not in my genes, because I come from a Brahmin background, and we don't know how to make money. Like we're not merchants. We don't have it in our genes. We're just basically we collect knowledge, not money or business or anything. So I never ever really did anything with it.
How old is this letter or writing? Lele, how old is this letter that he wrote about you, or this text?
Oh, she got dropped real quick. Hey, yo, Ken, if you can take my co-host real quick, I'm gonna restart. My browser's lagging out hella hard. I'm gonna get a fresh restart. Whew, that lag was getting crazy. All right, let's see here. Let me close this out. And we'll come back. What?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Oh, so wait, what was your question, Plucky?
How old is this letter when it was written?
Little letter for me. In maybe I'm thinking around 1990 or so. But yeah, in case you guys didn't know, I'm an old woman, and I'm approaching my 67th year. I'm still 66, but don't tell anybody, because the Globies think that I'm still young. In this picture here that you see of my, my whatever it's called, my avatar or whatever, I was 40, either 42 or 43, because I can't remember if that picture was taken in 2001 or 2002. I mean, sorry, 2001 or 2000. So depending on 2000 or 2001, I was either 42 or 43. So I was right around 42-ish, whatever. Anyways, yeah, so I have silvery hair now. I've posted some pictures with my silver hair, but keep it secret, guys, because the Globies, I've had Globies tell me, you're too pretty to be a flat earther. So I was like, ooh, I better just keep that charade up. It's like a little ammo for us flat earthers. Who cares? But yeah, so I think he wrote that for me. It was probably around 1990. Yeah, I used to have a little company and make my own little potions and stuff. Now I just do it for family and friends because, I just got tired doing it as making a living out of it, because I have a lot of love for the oils. I studied with one of the founders of the American Aromatherapy Association. He's a Frenchman. And so I actually know quite a lot about that subject. and I have a great love for it. But making a living out of it was just something that I never really gelled with, and marketing is a whole science. It's not something that I really want to do. But having said that, my God, who knows? I mean, what if we just meet the right person, a flat earther who wants to market this stuff? Because as I said, my friends have been telling me forever, like, you're sitting on a gold mine, you're sitting on a gold mine, you could make millions, And I don't really have ambition for money just for the sake of money. But if I had money, man, I would pour it into flat earth in a flash. Because for me, like having money, it's just all about doing something really good with it, like doing something. Yeah. So who knows? I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody will just show up and they'll say like, hey, I want to buy your recipes and your, little company. And here's some millions of dollars or whatever. Because I mean, the people that use them, they just love this stuff so much. It's really effective and it's just all natural. It's beautiful. But the raw materials are expensive because they're made from real flowers, and so I don't know, like the Bulgarian rose oil, if you're familiar with it, it takes like 9,000 pounds of freshly picked roses to produce just 1 pound of the oil, so it's like in the range of anywhere from like $10,000, $20,000 a kilo for that oil. The raw materials are not cheap, which is why it has never gone mainstream, because all the commercial stuff, it's literally they put more money in the packaging and marketing than what is in the jar, So I feel really blessed that for some reason, like even though I'm technically like I'm poor, but God has always kept me stocked up with flower oils. I have just enough friends and family that buy from me that for me, it's free. So yeah, so who knows where this journey takes us,
Well, first of all, I already forget your what age you said it. I think everybody is young as he feels it. So I really don't think age is something. It's just a number, and I actually don't count and don't celebrate birthdays. I think like it's meaningless, and so I don't care about age first of all. But what I think it's super important, and what I love about you, it's what he written about you in this paper. That's actually how I know you from listening in Flat Earth Fridays and here. So it's amazing that you have the same lovely personality as he describes you 30 years ago. So that's amazing, and everybody like should take example from it. It's amazing.
Yeah, he loved my colognes. He said he used it as an aftershave because it was so soothing. He said, oh, after I shave, it leaves my skin feeling really smooth and beautiful. And it's interesting, because like I think as a European man, I think at least in that era, it just seems like Europeans were they had more culture. They were tuned to natural things more a little bit, or whatever. Because all my initial teachers for the aromatherapy, they were all European, French, and there's some British people, and those are the people that really brought aromatherapy to the United States, So he was very appreciative. Yeah, I'll have to tell you guys all my adventures with him. He's such an amazing man, very, very witty and real gentleman, treated me really well.
Yeah, like I think we in Europe, like we are more connected with the nature, and like I as well use it only like herbs and nothing like chemical or toxic. Even more like now that I am like more aware of this of these things. I wasn't like all the times. Before the fluid, I was using like deodorant chemical with aluminum and stuff like that. I didn't like knew that, and I didn't care actually, to be honest, before. But since fluid, I like super care about what I use, what color is it, if it's all like nature. I think like I'm trying to consume everything I'm consuming like now. I'm trying to be like nature and biological, like not GMO and stuff like that. And there's a many like people in Europe and especially in Slovakia and in a little bit in Czech, but as well that like we are trying to go with the nature because like there's just so many chemicals in everything, and it's that's what is making you sick. That's what is making you like dumb and not able to reproduce and stuff like that. And it's not by any accident. It's like it's a war that is rain on us and on our minds. So yeah, that's 100% the way to do like everything nature, because people don't realize how many chemicals is in perfume and what is due to your skin and brain and stuff like that. So yeah, it's amazing that you do it.
Yeah, I was really fortunate because my mom turned me on to everything natural, like when I was a teenager in India, you know, like 50 years ago. So she was way ahead of her times, my mom. But I think that's one of the features of flat earthers is that we're all attracted to more nature and like no chemicals in our lives and, you know, no vaccines. And it's more than just flat earth. It's like trying to bring truth and reality and goodness and purity in every phase of our lives, you know, and that's part of the whole flat earth movement, I feel.
Yeah, 100%. Like almost everyone that realize where we live, he will start slowly change his habits. I'm not saying like everybody like from day one he will start do everything right, but it's like something in you is telling you like you should like improve and be better and better. So yeah, I think like when you realize where do you live and that you are intelligently designed and you are not here by accident, that's like super important. That's why would they hide it actually. Like that's why they do it. Like if they hide where we live and hide that we are intelligently designed and that we have like a mission here and that we are like important, that's why they hide. Because if you don't care about this, then you don't care what you consume, what do you do for a living, where do you live, and all stuff like that. You are becoming like NPC.
Yeah, I think the flat earth movement, a huge portion of it really is a very spiritual thing.
Yeah, actually, it brought me to the God 100%. I was 100% atheist, and in Czech Republic there is like 95% of atheists. Like we are the most atheist state in whole Europe. I think it's it's funny. Like I wasn't I didn't believe in anything spiritual, anything like high power and stuff like that. I was anyone who like was religious or stuff like that. I thought of them like they are crazy back then, and now I know I was the crazy one. So it's super funny.
Sorry, carry on. I did not mean to hijack the conversation. PSO Alan G.
Maybe we bore them to the slept.
I know. Every time I talk, people just stay quiet and leave. I think that nobody likes me here.
I don't think it's true.
Oh, you'll be surprised. These people, they hate the boomers.
You're a bloomer, Lily. You're not a whatever the other one is, the bad one.
Thank you, Alan G. I appreciate that so much. Anyways, I should say goodnight. It's kind of late. Love you guys so much. And thank you for putting up with me. And thank you, Alan G, for making this space happen here. Thank you, Ken. And Ploki, yeah, I'm so excited that you are doing what you're doing. Lots of love. Give my love to all your Czech friends there. Just tell them we love them. And have a good night, people. Love you guys.
Love you. Good night.
Good night.
Later, Lily. All right, lads, I'm about to do last call for me, and I'm going to head off here. If anyone has any questions of the etheric nature or relativity or anything.
Well, I'm like thinking about that presentation that we will be doing in that live translation. And what do you think that would be like the best topic that would be good to start with like the movement and the relativity? What do you think that would be like the best topic to start?
Well, I think an introduction into fully steel manning relativity would be great because a lot of people have different conceptualizations of what different interpretations of what happened, right? But we can just go directly to the source papers and pull everything up and steel man it as hard as we can, which reveals how insane it is. The harder you steelman relativity, the more retarded it is. That's why everyone has a custom interpretation because they're trying to rectify, the contradictions of it and stuff. That's why it's hidden under the illusion of, mysticism where you don't understand it because you're too stupid. It's like it's pretty straightforward. It's, so yeah, I think probably an introduction into that and then like just the history of interferometry, conclusively showing like we went over earlier what Pizio was kind of leading me with questions, but it's like just that entire history is devastating if you believe the Earth is in motion. And if you know, and if you know what's put forward as the solution, which is relativity theory, and then you know how insane it is when it's broken down, in common language, there's no way you can convince someone. It's like that's the thing, right? It's like once you know and you understand it, like you'll never be convinced of it. You can't be gaslit anymore. And that's all relativity. That's the only thing that's holding heliocentrism and relativity together is you just get gaslit to infinity.
I love it, what you said in the beginning, because actually people right now, when I talk about stuff that I'm like learning from you, they're actually like making these questions like, how actually like scientists can believe it, or why is nobody like stepping up with that it's insane, this relativity. And I was actually trying to like explain them that the more you know about the relativity, then the more you know that it's crazy, but then it's then more you have a stake in it. So like when you are some scientist or whatever, then you do to the school and you are in depth and stuff like that. And the more do you learn about relativity, then more it's bankrupt. But you still have to believe it because your life and good wealth is depend on it. So I think this is like amazing idea. Yeah, we should definitely do this like presentation. What you said, that's super great idea.
Yeah, dude. Imagine your belief system and everything built upon that is built on the constancy of C, and you do an experiment yourself in the lab and you measure C not being C, your immediate inclination is, I did something wrong. I need to come up with XYZ correction to explain it. And I need to make this measurement a null. And that's really all it takes. There's no one on Earth relative to any latitude measures C as C. It's always C plus or minus V depending on the direction. And that only applies in the east west, so there's no north south variance, which is more evidence for us that it's not due, that the measurements aren't due to the rotation of the Earth, because if that was the physical mechanism for the displacement, like basically saying that the light is moving independent of the rotation and the rotation is happening underneath it, which is essentially extending the time it has to travel. Well, if that were the case, there would be north-south variance, although it would be, you know, to a smaller degree than the east-west because of the you know, if you're going east-west, it would be longer. But there would still be a north-south variance, like a physical displacement, because the Earth itself is rotating from under the apparatus, essentially, is what they're putting forward. And that doesn't happen in the north-south. Like, that's insane. Like, the fact that that right there gets overlooked is crazy, dude.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I'm thinking, I need to like what time you have in where you live. So we will like make it for you.
I can capitulate to any time that works best for the Czech lads. Doesn't matter.
No. We will like try to. We will try. Okay, we will try to like do some. So everybody will be happy, even for you. So it would be crazy if it'd be like, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 o'clock in the night. So that's crazy. We will do something that works for you.
Those are my normal hours, bro.
Okay. So I will. I will start making arrange for it, and then I will give you some dates, and you will say this date is work for me, and then we'll set it up. I love it, man. I'm so happy for it.
Awesome. Yeah, I got a presentation coming out on Tuesday. That's going to be a giant steelman of relativity and static ether theory. And then after I steelman that, it'll be, you know, promptly destroyed through all the experimental history that led up to that and why they came to that conclusion, etc. And how to rectify those experiments, right? Where they get these measurements, but they're not quite as big as they need. They're all explainable with a stationary Earth and a dynamic ether theory. So I think like the exact thing I just described is going to be laid out on Tuesday. So we'll probably be good to go whenever you guys are good to go.
Love it. I love it.
All right, lads. I'm going to head off here. See you all tomorrow for Flat Earth Fridays, episode 112. I hear Sacred's going to be revealing a new equation regarding how much smack people talk on the timeline versus how well they can defend it live. There's an inverse relationship there that was discovered by Newton. We just went through the Principia and found it, so we're gonna be presenting that. And I hope we talk about Newton's bucket a little bit, because a man in his bucket threw a whole wrench in everything. So we'll get to that hopefully. And then Tuesday will be presentation. And then Thursday will be another research and reading night, lads. Catch you later.
Goodbye, Alan.
All right, lads. You all heard the schedule for next week and Friday. See you guys on the next episode, which will be tomorrow. And I think we may be starting early tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'm not sure if that was a typo or something, but hopefully it'll be a 7 p.m. episode. So that'll be awesome. See you guys tomorrow.